of the peace party.
Mame mawaha na meme wakwaba. Obo ade adumti ode afa weekend ni mu ababesi ena joyi. Ena ye December bosome no. Da toso enkro wa fimpim yenu ne aduonu na ni. Election warehouse ye share boss coverage na de ebeko bia ye de bibia bebrel. Wani tua ahomache donko nom yenu nyina na adwuma ekoso. Still adwuma kra ekoso until say Electoral Commission ebesom na we declare bibia. So far menkasa ka be 3 regions na Electoral Commission awie with alongside parliamentarians no and as a parliamentary seat no na afedia Electoral Commission etumi declare bibia. Inti hwebe ye hwe animu se brebemu a enwumere kura mpo no Electoral Commission ebetumi declare abano na etumi akoye nim. Ti share so se Bila Radio ekra edwumadianim live ewo Spain ena GN Radio and so ewo London na idu UK monten so a Patmark Radio, Aba Radio, Amasan Radio, Brainy Radio ne Sahara Radio, Kings Radio ni wonum television ewo Paris France Abrochime Mudachima Radio ewo Denmark, Rakus FM ewo Belgium and Sky FM and so ewo Columbus Ohio, USA Abrochime mu Sahara Radio ka ho ewo UK na information center sahodo a etwa ye ho ahia bebi akasa fidie kodu nyina no wonum ekra dwumadianim live. Enti share no so say on your Facebook and also YouTube no so no. Dwabrem ewa OTEC 1029 FM. OTEC 1029 FM. And I bet you Dwabrem ewa www.otecfmghana.com. So www.otecfmghana.com. So you want to paper. Mama, the other the WhatsApp voice note the share 0505 225578 0505 225578. What to me any edin komo only Ghana bedin komo ni wiase nyina so bedin komo but ena adwoada ena adwoyi me Dwabrem ewo me Dimafo Herbal Hospital nana kashi me mo akwaba eje osimi ni abema na mpom te sei nyame adom solo kunu atwini sa no adwuma nenti me ho so voice ni gina so ayadom voice no this time no strategically sir what is am kasami trimpa but strategically I'm managing kakran me adin so share prum me dia nyasa bitu ya meeting barebefa no bibia be kama ay kama kra wi nyame so ayade mo na edin kunim ntino ni nyina aje asumdwe de ho hia no nke ba ye ne nka ye ntimi ameye Dwabrem a bede na Medimafo so ne pa wo eni so de mo manfo etime be bon de ru enti eye na ye wa hase yade de nchia efi Medimafo Herbal Clinic aso na mo
ya so be successful Christmas here Medimafo kan
oh yes na say ba say wo mo ni pressure nya pressure enti Medimafo se momra ye de wo ho ye be hwe si enuro ni nyame de adom ye ne de emfa nhye dem Bible class ye so kan ya mfa nhye Kodwase, right?
That's right.
But the Sikani aso na ahia mani panyina. Tie de no na wo ho ye de ma wo bia. Se be ya wo benya yare senti wo a election pressure am wa yare ne bra. Medimafo honom. Wo so ana yare ne wo ho dada. So na wonim. On bibi na akoka no na ese happy. Na Medimafo Herbal Clinic. Wo so ana ade ne wo honom ana no mu nu ana enkro. Enti ya wo se no a we ba kra be ka wa kire me serew. Enku wansa. Enko because doctor say agide ne nsagu ne bo ana ye na to da kamene manu nti yare ni yare fo Medimafo ye Medimafo Herbal Clinic me serew tutu me kabra atwema ebu akwa aguguma se obedu honom ye gina mu den ye atwuma gidi pa ene ayafo ne wo mu bu fa so se ya esanse wo se Medimafo ani amame ane akuri hwan ne bedi amame nti bra na on show pressure eda wo so na wonni bie nso ene wanya bie me ba to bra Medimafo ne regulate bibia fama wo ese che yade wo so na wakoa enkro me ba to bra ne manage fama wo ulcer ewo so enu ntu didi abuei wani di abuei oba Medimafo Herbal Clinic a wo ma waduro ama ulcer no ase atu wa wodidi ane gina obo wo to aduane to ye ma na de twa mu dwa wo ni nyina no eye Medimafo wo e na wo ba no ama ayaresa me ba to wo no wani so yo wisi na ho hyede hu ade ye obi krampo ho no mo ase na ni so ni see one time so bra Medimafo Herbal Clinic na doctor e wo nu a wode ebeka wo asebi na mema ye wo fom enu nti no wadwuma ye nso anie enei se na wo party bi na so wadwuma ye nsa nso anie na mo awede a ene mo ahwe abo ebebo no me se obra na Medimafo
omiamia mo fa ma sansa rechechire fa ni nipa ho anya o kafra utumi nya ba ko beti di abonse no ano no na ara fi wo yawo na mmom kafra ni nyina chi na oba de ne ho twiwu wo be so ye niema bi ma ho kenya awo na so wa wo ntumi nya adwuma ni nti wo de hyehye na wan hwe obebo enu ntimi di mafo se wo san wo mra ni nyina no momra na onsam yade enye no ko kidney yade awodo a ene adokro manfo me pa cha obra oliver ne ho aka eye fati ene wo so je se wo srade na adore wo a me pa cha oba medima fo ba clinic a doctor bema waduro ama ni nyina afi wo no obi wo ma fati liver e woni so mesra wa pomodin so beba medima fo ba clinic sanse ne sa ne ma ne de yare wa pi na brenkrofo ama obi wo no mu a ne eye no sabi nka wa fi mu kro anka wo pe doctor si enku ho ena wonya mfi mu sanse sa wote ase na twedi ampo enye wonkwa ne de e chese ni da so honum enu nti nipadua no ena temache obi aba ho a oba medima fo ba clinic a doctor beboa your telephone number said di djuma no 0244 77 42 82 0244 77 42 82 and 0500 72 15 if at all ba won sabuo mu wo hawo on sabuo ne emeye ana wetwa bra kra me so bra medima fo ba clinic because nyankopon nim die mo no oba wonya mfie bia na wotwa bra enti se wo ye bebunu 18 20 25 30 35 na wo bra ne twa me so bra medima fo ba clinic na ye nhwe obi onu ma omu fie omu twa bra ntem na enso saafo no omu noso enti fa ne percentage be 10% enti mesraw emfa wo ntoto saafo no obi onu ma ose na se bi ni mu twa bra ntem enti manya 35 na metwa bra ene na hyese no ano ne da bi ebra no se wo mfie nso ye se wo se wutwa na putupromu eba na wutwa ne nsunsuanso no enya kra enti bra medima fo ba clinic na ye nhwe obi onu ma eye ne menses no ena temache obi aba hu nti no ade ne na odi akwa akoshe sam ene obi ono mo so asabi fibroid no aye bibia ho no wayi a na oyi a na asan aba eya abrane enhwe o menses no emfa emawo maka so ye oba na wo pa wo wakwaye ye test nyina bi yeso ovaries ye owumbu ne ye kama walls ne ye kama tubes ne ye kama enso awo ne ma eya hwe wonsabuo because eno so timi de saade no eba se wo mu wonsa yi a enkosua no kura ntimi ntu yie oba bi won so obu ne nsan so ntu kosua eba sa na wo pa wo a eden ni nyina medima fo ba clinic esa owonu a wode bema wo ama wo menses no esisu so kama sebe ya ebeboa oba bi won so ne de ne infection o de po ya ayese ye ma yade ya ye mfa ne serious en wonya bibra no wo secondary school en wan pe ho asem anka ene wanyini kwa nanim ebi owie secondary school no wo 20 years ebi o 18 years ene wanya 35 years that's why the day po awa no say eba am the panty line ato no me so etimi didi mu a e ma wa wo ho asem eyeden eno ntimi di mafo eba clinic sebra na ne nyina no onhwe mfama wo sebe ya say sanfom so no e na ama wa wo na ka kire ama wa wo ho ayeden a wahwe aboa obi onso so awa wo baako na enso so ache obeso osan nyinsan biem nyinsan no emma bra medima fo eba clinic be ma bi ho no mo asabi ne nkwamwa no wo fom oni nkwamwa dodo otimi de so be nyinsan oba medima fo eba clinic a eye duro a eye hahama ne nubuna ene wode ma wo sebe ya nkwamwa no be pecha na watimi ahye nyinsan ne ne nkwamwa ti atete medima fo eba clinic na bibi so so ama wo ebra wo ma waduro ama wanom na esiesie o sperms no de ne sperms ye euro bi ti sa akoda foforo koko na entimi enhye nyinsan no medima fo eba clinic wo na wo ba na wo ma waduro ama wano ama sperms no emu ayedu enu ntime sobra kuma say eya atwoma ebu akwa agogo enkran eye pokua semayiwa your telephone numbers ne 0244 77 42 82 and 0500 72 15 me pacha obi a mesre wankasa wo gitumu se wo nipadua no wonyare nso wontiapo ye wasafo no wo no obi won ma obi sansa de na eye wo a ontimi nka meti ontimi kan baby anso wotin kan woni widie mu se eniema ennadi midima fo eba clinic sebra na on screening Christmas see enhyehyɛ pi na medima fo de agu akwan so a ɔde ma ɔmanfo ayarehwɛ na ɔsan kyɛ wɔ ma de ka ho ɛno nti enwene sika ne ho esan sɛ ka sika nko a enka ne doctor de jamfi sabi nyame adom no enko wonyamɔbɔ na nso wayare senti no ɔsebra na ne ɛwɔ no ɔnfa ma ɔde owo bia wo de fabra enwene sika ne ho Doctor Ebeshow, Nancy Anta Makwaja Basobo, and Untama baby or Befabia, say Midimafo, and ye be a Juma pa doctor, eba oh ye. They be a metafi dear so I can say. Doctor didn't fiba ya Doctor Time da son kwa, and wo ba ya what can ye say. Yadian Woban was shown when we had the credit draw de ma one of the bratoso. Cash on cars as same way. Obient me mama challenge ne se me ko midima fo e ma ne share me 2 weeks o share me bosome o share me na awotwe o share me sima a memu mesrew enti wote wonu mu a enye enena wo de bra na dance o manfo edie no won so bra pedibi atwoma ebu akwa agogo kwa doctor bebua wo ebia na wo de hye bi wa amana ne ya na mota afre e na doctor no yi ni abontin ne anso ye wa kwantu mu yi ye pese wo hye yen ye be ye ne dan enu ti ne ya na de numbers ne to dwa no wo de wo yare wa kwantu mu kwa afre doctor nim kwan obefa so a onu bedi nkomo na onu apakage no ne di abra wo a all for being some na sabi obi adano ama koya asem foforo e di abrawo enti numbers na e na wofa na ne doctor edi nkomo yade bia eye wo no eye midima fo sisi na ye wo ya mesew entina wono mu ma abubuo ene ya nkoto aye na ye beba Christmas yi obi e bebo donkomi sabi wan kwa ma wonni enu ntini ma wo sisi no nje won ka dem enka se misisi wa abra wontumi nkoma na abusua da wo enu ntimi di ma fo se bra na within 30 minutes no o ma wo sisi ni monyo o se fom sabe ya betumi agina wo na so betumi atena wo to so aye adwumaden apeska gu botom ne do anwumre nso a waye adwuma sepe wo ho ama nipadua na nya atenka esan se ka ho ena ne nyina eso me pa cho uba atwuma ebu akwa agogo a doctor ye adwuma adwuada de kosi dwuada eye de bia eye hospital enti yempon ti me pa cho bomade asa obeba na doctor ahwe wen kan so eye poku ase mayra me de ma no si no na me ka che mema sosa no se na doctor time da so ba ye de ade no eye bibribi popropo kakaka o tele barika senchachra eno ene ya stick no it is a wo de no de toto ho na ye fia te sa no manum eye ketekete se dwie mpabo a won ka ho bra na doctor enya ne kase mfama within 5 days na de na peja edum pepen so a wankasa wo dress na attacking na flap na nim ne chese wo bema obu on ma wo ba na ahwe no a hwe na nim atum sampa akwa wo bema obu on so ne de no krampo no a wo hwehwe enti ne ho koye den wo hu se wo bema e midimafo ene wo ye ne sade ama mema ne enti mesraw yare ni yare fo wutie me e midimafo ne pedi ama wo telephone numbers ni biemu nie 0244 77 42 82 0244 77 42 82 and 0500 72 15 0500 72 15 ni yare for widimafo midimafo herbal clinic doctor time
da so na sanhya no se kwasia da nyina no odi wani kire ho a obakwakoto a doctor for and nurse for ho a onum ayi adwuma o meso ha ona no amount 10 said de be a oso ho beto said de dai kan no adwuma ba sika ba na yare a ontumi nnie besrewa ayi midimafo herbal hospital on OTEC 102.9 aftermath of the election 2024 Menoka say still oko a National Coalition Center ewo enkra bunimantamwa old EC office ho still Menoka say coalition koswa enya better kra but yene mpanyifo ebesin konya na yato adwene entisha no so say enamene Dr. Stephen Techi senior lecturer ewo KNUST planning department obetenenka na Professor Samuel Edujemfi or a historian or say political studies or political studies department LKNUST obete nenka and a Professor Bafo Ajemandia CEO J Kufuor Foundation obete wonu miensa enka ewo aye dwumadi yi so mame koba dwatone hu dawurum ra me ba ye bedi nkoma aka nyina me ba sesia
OTEC 102.9 FM, the pride of Ashanti.
Mami money adwuma udan ya ye fe
mira me da se na esomoye no na aka o
ano de anyine ho mami aha dan ya ya boso fefefe nyina eye donima sea complex ahunu se etoda enua ye de boya dan so no eta hunu anase mpo emuta kokko a eba saa na dan ne nyunu enti odi DSL alloying steel trusses enadia ye de go dan so aba eda bia utumi de go so efo ena enwe na aten enti sa odi DSL alloying steel trusses yi egu dan so wia na odi donima NMK premium roofing sheets and chancing aboso aka ho oh na chese adwuma na NMK premium roofing sheets and chancing donima dia ben ye o ma hodo ye wo NMK long span alloying and the governance IBR and NMK nails emu pia nso sa woni sika donima e ma otua ne kakran wenum ye latest producer donima dia ba abeka dada ne
enti me nko he
kwasafo YF Johnson obenjiare anafre 0244126625 and 0540101555 donima steel complex babia ade power efuo no
apomode mapade eno ane hepa plus mixture apomode mapade eno ane hepa plus mixture
Unia, Pavi, and a Plaxmox mixture no malaria dronana. Ani, say nam sa, Wubeje the same wife, you know, you're tested positive. Ya num bieno. Says a coup malaria morning, yina. I'm yina negative. Adia, 1 hour, Hepa plus mixture no, and what do you swabba? Cynthia, I was so immune system, a strong debia. Anti Pavi,
a support to immune system no.
Na Plasmox no so, to malaria no good. Malaria symptoms, at a say, etipaye, a fear, one more tour, and 1 numsa. Achakura 4 days, na Pavi, and the Plasmox mixer, 1 nominal, and 2 malaria and asakura. And yes, I diaco doctor. For 0542 778572 and 0542 807907. My dear Dronedi Pa Pavi Plasmox and Hepa Plus Nina. A pen for about or more manufo and Quada in Field in Camp. Our pharmacist and her bar shop.
FDA aje Jodian Kratwayatu. Miss Chania the Sahaba capsules.
Madam Sieni.
Hey, and to what in your pan and what's the said to Sahaba? What is Sasa?
Mandia, wouldn't be. And net dear, for once, my Jiwaj, I do Sahaba Messana, who come from Mammy. Oh, my number Tiwadansi. Miampa caneno, na Mrs. Namitrina to Cheme, Nami Coco Yadia so teach me. May no matter do Sahaba Messa, Nina to go, and the Maya free.
I do some radio, yet tried you with him, 9 years watching. Yes, it's a young corporate worker. Miss, a person crying to what baby. Say, you do say have a mixture and come a woo. Now, what don't I cry? Miss Mabua Pasu. Nan say, Ujina Brand.
A fire do Sahaba capsules. No, say, Mijina, who's a me a Bamamua.
A Jenny, a young crap. I do some rate. Oh, be to me. I just a painful. A battery I want for down for. Anyone I want in fit to me. Kumasi, to find out of what to say about Santa in the clinic. I was swimming macro. Go filling station down Wemu. And the swami Pentecost I saw down. I feel I have a shopping from a CPM. 0500 110 115.
I do Sahaba, my dancing.
Apomode mapade eno ane hepa plus mixture
Pavi Plasmox Hepa plus mixer to 2 malaria and asakura.
Sweet darling,
my beautiful baby.
Hepa plus mixture ye busie ya no mama hoden aba. Buso me pini menti ase me do.
Tie Hepa plus mixer enya adwuma ebeye woni padua no mu no. Afie kra na ebeye onwanwa mo. Eduro ye ma general well being. Ebusua pomudin hu hia me yie esne bibia. Enti me manom pafie ha.
She, we Hepa plus husband.
Ye de wa Hepa plus husband. And ye won so we Hepa plus wife na abo no. Hepa plus mixer. Ma je Dronedi Pa. Pavi Plasmox. And Hepa plus nyina. Apemfo abato mo manufo. Enu kwada woni mfie du mienu nka ho. Our pharmacist na herba shop. Etufo mfre 0542 778 572 and 0549 297-463. Papa Plus Mixer. Mapobudra Mapa.
FDRG edwede nkra so ya.
Se wunya fapem papa wo ngumasiam a wabra wo na koyie ma saa. Eno ti da bia me kase sukuu na obekọ ne de hu hia hu. Se obekọ sukuu papa wo bewi obenya adwuma ahwo no. Ena kyesa mpa wo sukuu papa. Eno nti na make for DHI College of Health and Education ediamao. Ane a DHI College of Health and Education. Bra sukuu papa ni amount tie e wo early childhood education. E affiliated University of Education Winneba. Sounds ni amount tie e wo diploma in education mu ema wona opeso trade na qualification e degree and HND holders nkwa. Kaisa we no afeba ko pepe no wie your regular and your evening classes. Kaisa certificate we University of Education Winneba and edimao ne Mompon campus and a kabom. Enya no nkwa ye mantete pa e certificate in sign language. And also twemu e be mantete e medicine counter assistant me che MCA. Na fe opeso be top up also e dispensary technician 2 and 3 so a. And also ye be mantete wo papa bi. You are DHI College of Health and Education actually kwan e Kumase Patase. Ye ben Dr. KJC Sunyane Sehi Debiso ene kadezo so no ye podwuma dikadika wo ho. From 0244 213 187 0244 213 187.
Sister Spices.
Abra, what did dear feel do? Aden. Nansen. And so kwedi ania ye dabroso. Ninkwa ne na bomu. E so fama na pa. So fama na pass.
Hey bra, asamra no waka no. Na the secret ne say.
Hey T, Sister Macro kofa buy. Onwa na wakofa Sister Spices abedwaso. Spices ahodwa Sister dia abedwaso. Eno ne me hinta semio. Se wo filia pontia.
What flavor?
Fish kwanya.
Fish flavor.
Sa kukonso na oberia.
Chicken flavor.
Na so pese wo stew so a.
Stew flavor.
So kon do beef wa.
Beef flavor.
Efe se wo pedudu etu aton.
Eno ane se obekọ edum pampa so. PZ, Roman Hill, Swami Market, and a Bantama Market. And Cran so CMB. Ana Okanshi, Ubenya Biwo, Friend 0243 535025, Ana 0279 140940.
FDA Aji Edwedian Kratwe.
OTEC 102.9 FM, the pride of Ashanti.
Dwabrem.
None of your gun at all. Ghana musician.
Every echo the national level. As we have all come to know, let's say elections are won at the polling stations, but and now call a year collation center and ya better ewo emu ayedin kakra, all because the issue of pink sheet amanimuso ewo a year collation center ho. Information say around say it's likely say some of the results might change, but still omugusua omotweho dawe eho nana
kahe
anya bete na awie meba no na NDC achitafo abodompem ewo eye collation center ho
regional collation center
national
national
yeah ewo national collation center because omanyante ne say it is alleged say NPP any electoral commissioners no yeah kutumame fa banfa wasi agrobi ho because ya come on matia say elections are won at the polling stations It is elections are one at the polling station. A ban saying and a bedroom collation center no. After a year koye figure battle. Ewo ho. Any kwan say figure battle collation because a yanking kind a man ewo. Ye quality a keka boom keke. Adi a keka boom no. How? It is you share pink sheet transmission no. A yakoye problem kese pa ede amaye because we said the nyoma konwa. Telling you say pink sheet near the Jumana. I don't know why minim ni entia basis abre. Ya to abawie na ya wo different types of pink sheet. Me dream wa mentia say 2008 we had the same problem. 2012 the same problem. 2016 the same problem. 2020 the same problem. 2024 still talking about pink sheet issue. E okrom ha. Akwakoye problem. Nana.
Dr. Cash, me dear Druno, me ONDC member. Ujari na bomoto powder, no for baby yatna. Na ba ni pa ni prewa consider the future free open ni say.
So what is the problem?
Gio, me no na kwa kensi. My friend Dr. Cash, me aba hunu say what dinkunim. There is no way the Electoral Commission can come back and tell us say abandon people na arini when omayo mu college hunu say omari. And also NDC for him kunim. And the master NDC mebu say omunya abotre. So come what may, the results will come. And there's our press conference NDC impending for ya.
Me yanti say almost a press conference every
I regional press conference.
Regional press conference. And a national press conference.
Some of address on no say. The aqua so no as NDC. Almost so say Ghana be kwa abato so wi na NDC edim kunim na nkrofo elutu state properties. Was this all NDC near Jai because they are born or the bus supposed for no bedi. And I have people in so Jai or much no bedi. So what we want to say is that about 2012 clearly Obia who say NDC near Edi sir omunya butre na about commission enye adwuma yesra o ma
na yenyane tie say National Peace Council so ebe press conferences there me tie so far eno no me nyantie some be press conference but minim babia akwakodru sesei but nana yenhwe said because from what is coming wo Electoral Commission for asua there me ba no normal quality constituencies ni bia wie me ba na NDC officially certified na NDC 162 seat and NPP ekra 65 seat still counting but yeah share from the polling station said ye ba no some key ministers are omutumi elusu ye odi wani kire adanse asukwa honorable Katie Hammond olusu seat no to the NDC Godwin Animili Dogbadzi Dorani adanse asukwa nana mawadwumra ha
wo se Katie Hammond
elusu seat no
and them had two no about 345 years
I just don't know na
what the two no
Godwin adanse asukwa adanse asukwa and I'm just adanse asukwa Godwin Animili Dogbadzi Dorani ena orini seat no
and two Katie
Hammond Animili Dogbadzi Dorani oh a very nice gentleman oh you cool
and I see what me two Katie Hammond
anti Dogbadzi Dorani enya 14,229 and a Katie Hammond enya 13,275 sa ena ekopiemu ewo adanse asukwa na nye bete kra
say okide dey say wano
na utum say na enye bete but oye den aba no ya kan awi mana kosi hode na entiase no na wo say adwuma ayewa so central so ayewa so central say seat no akodi NDC fonsam eho na Henry Kwate elusu ni seat no Henry Kwate enya 23,345 vote ewo ayewa so central and Abdul Rahuf Tonjim Tubazu Abdul Rahuf Tonjim Tubazu enya eye 29,755 votes. Into telling you say Henry Kote Elusu Ayawaso Central seat no. Then we go to Ablekuma West. Ablekuma West eho ena Esla Owusu Ekufu ewo. Esla Owusu Elusu election no to Reverend Kweku Ado. Reverend Kweku Ado enya 31,866. And aya communication minister no onya 26,575. Ewa Ablekuma West. So these are some of the key MPs omu Elusu Abano. Yako Ewutu Senya East. Ewutu Senya East nso eho na minister for fisheries and aquaculture development. Eye Mavis how akumsen. Ono so wahwere Abano efrenisa eko NDC for no. So the mamembo sita echo off no without the figures no na yenko yenim. Ewutu Senya East in fact Welusu our kumsi Elusu ni seat no. Second is Bobo. So kai Bobo. Lawyer Japa Mesa ensu Elusu seat no. Ediama Blay Nyameke ama Welusu seat no. Aya waso West Wagon John Dumelo. March called the 9th Parliament. Woko. Okan Kwe South on so so Welusu seat no Ediama NDC. Infantiman so NPP Elusu Ediama NDC. And English yama from so kind of sly. Sylvester Teten so Elusu eho Ediama Oakley Felix Akwete or Diamano. Nana, so these are some of a year sita every year MPP for no and some echo. College Center Jumano so Egusua Ecoso. The ain't a crowd crata so.
Well, on crata so I don't know. And some of that before I saw no. Augustine Cable Enterprise na dama kofa wise there kama pad ya bebusian ko kuma se dum ebenya no ama de kama manu ni 0243179942 event of the year ni aha no de antfoku dam da de lumba nom Kofi Kenata famia kem paluta when the she ni wona aka Black Sheriff no nyina eba so Rotary Park ntino dru ho no mu a nyame ya adom a December bosome de to so de no 25 December and eba so you take it to Love FM Share FM Go Free Station wa hojo Poku Trading ABC Mart ebu akwa Shell Allied Filling Station wa to so am Shell Tafo Shell and afi Kingdom Books okay University open chere bi afra ho so 0506677742 na yade be ko eba center ni yade be na tete wabusia kro na etu akon an kro yade be ko eba center Dr. Destiny Abempa honhom ne honamani eho na akwa akwaje waye asa ulcer na diabetes ekere ana okase mu na ebuo nam so ntimi enya ahoden obu so abema no ba mo pa wo eho de tata hwe yade be ko eba center be kwa dominance frafra hene efi ho no mu a se dominance zongo 0531602710 na Dr. Cash and some no ye they said yes would you reach him or northern region manta northern region hono or just said NDC amen you couldn't maybe any warehouses are hodo o mako bubu ni ya enima ya ban no dia o mata sin na se kwabra fo wa ya omode eko na eno na otu aso a post for say o machi nkrofo adiotwe nkono 80 na mususu se o makọ aban enyuma hodu mako bubu puna ni SS enioma eno wabo eho amane ewa ha kodeo enso yekoba ko eba abato mudu ni di echepo mo Ghana fo amane se munya abotre edeni abato komisa wode ensem no anasa abato nsunsanso ebeba aba betudwa peace council so na ebo Ghana fo amane titira ba manyuko ahodo se obesre o mu support se college center no o munye o munyina fro na ede abato komisa edi nsunsanso no ebeba no wabo eho amane ewa ha na yakwe nanim no ojo man benda John Dwabrem Muhammad nei Ghana fo ato abayi no waba asante hene ho aba na mane se de nyame adom Ghana fo sadness akonya nso bi ma eno obo amane ewa nji si ameyeko nso na ebo kokose abato komise be ya mo aba no ntem na omususu se abato no husunsanso a emaye no ene nam so ama enei omanfo binum esimonten so a wonum eye saa basa no Dr. Cash mi wie na aka niema mienu menimdifo na bomba be kasa hunu pepe bi eseculator on social media omode remind the NPP for and hunu a ebe shock you MP for lusu abanwie no crofasha se ha don't have papers no I stand to be corrected but we have paper no omode 2020 we have votes NPP reki here Ashanti regional na say 1 million and over Baoka Volta, Accra, Northern, Upper East, Upper West, Bono East Region, OT, Savannah, and Western North. Sawe Mantam 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Nuna Vosa NPP nya 1,134,000 NHD. Baba Ashanti region kwa near 1,140,000 NHD. So it tells you say one region let me conquer almost 9 regions. And Jacoba say omo for Ashanti man say omo den to aba no. NPP for we ye ne.
We 2020.
2020.
Oh okay.
So
1,134,264.
In almost 9 regions.
Yeah.
And one region, the Ashanti region, man, a conquers our regions winning and the votes buy it cancels our regions winning.
Wow.
So, so of social media as well. And Grover say I find an NPP for Omo Sa Ashanti region here. Aye, they say the near security or permanent super
Facebook page of Ashanti for
Ashanti youths no more.
Oh, all right.
And me Ashanti right?
And we are Ashanti for.
Okay, Ashanti for.
And they've been advocating for development a lot
in Ashanti region. You know, where are the security and before your baby, woman about research in the home crown or banwa or Mario Gumutrim. Omode Ebema, you know, Dr. Cash, Wadama, Miss Osson, and my small birthday.
Okay, all right. Okay.
Marco Fena. Now, come. Happy special birthday, and for my sister Annette, or Berlin, Germany. If your sister Angie ho,
CG said
happy special birthday. CG
and ABC also.
Oh yeah, because me kuna father and
me ABC also.
Sister Angie American say ni
and ABC also.
This you grab more than $1,000 now by the me for.
And I'm saying ABC also.
Oh yes, ABC.
Simple. I will say court one can watch it. Say ABC also.
Sister Annette or Berlin, Germany.
To your producer.
ABC also. ABC also.
Sister Angie na di mama. This is Annette. Nyami shamo pa.
Because I wasn't there.
Sister Angie near him doesn't family ni na asi nyami shamo. Oma awoda pa na di unchine me. Doctor Tachini na also ma happy.
I have bisa so German booker. Why?
Oh,
German book. Then all right. Oh, they actually.
German president.
Doctor,
oh, doc, when you just who see it, yeah.
Because German book has
you share we actually. She actually.
So we are on my own materials and I come shoe now.
Lecture there. Also, I'm a panajo lecture.
Anyway, okay. That's also good. I was here, Dr. Stephen Techi, our senior lecturer, KNUST Planning Department, and Professor Samuel Edu Genfi, Vice Dean, Faculty of Social Sciences, KNUST, our Yebidi and Komo Bebre. Prof, Mwakwa.
Yeah, minia.
Me passion album to say. Say Bibianda Boko. Okay. Are you part of the National Green?
Interesting.
Dominant color is green.
When you're baby in Tiasha, because we see, and also color now we see our Kazebia. It's so proud.
Who's the blue go? Those are my favorite color, blue and white. Naturally, to be entirely the blue also. Who's in collectors and Marian colors. And to my favorite here, blue. See you better. And to election year, no yata, they are not blue and white. Even election day, no blue and white. I'm saying, aha,
it's a nice prof. All right, okay. Yeah, quite a easy receive so far. Maybe no my about 13 regions. Our coalition center tells you say they are near completion. NDC4 Edin Sembibria by to Jakodeo, and so Kase allow EC officials to declare the results in 10. Party faithfuls and so the money actually a year coalition center hall ewo and crying among 4 SS and your mama who say NDC press conference making came where we are and yet among 4 SS and your money at the idea I mean no Kase police are chini pabe 89. Suspect, 89. Yes, 89.
Wow.
Suspect arrested so far. But doc, mami shall say free or Dr. Teji. Yes, shall say free him be drew hey. Because my monitor coalition center ho. honestly speaking, problems I encountered 2016 with pink sheets, the same. 2020, the same. 2024, the same. Yeah, show a mood of transmission when it comes to pink sheet. But meaning so obey free baby, obey general election assessment in your money maybe. We have enough time.
Good to see you. You didn't come over horse up. And our professors, me brapping and historic.
Yeah.
Because you may be rife answer na delegate cry
oh, okay.
You may be now one key to the best chief is Prof. Yemibra Penny, Bapoliska, he's one of the best.
Wow.
And I'm the but I think, Prof, one thing academic BRB agree is science in control. And then the producers now notice science in control. And the time has come, say we have to take science serious in your governance and your politics. The Ayamiwawa in our election, they say ruling party lose wise woman. And it happened in 2016 when at that time now if you can some of us say bagana but the science were clear, but they were because you emphasize science and serious. And my first year me the money say Dr. Cash, the time has come. So also will be due my next year for science serious. Yeah. But don't just take science. And then with them paying for your academia. Ghana partisanship. You know my position on this.
Sure.
Say yes, why you academicians, you put your ethics in place and make sure say the data you deliver. Dr. Cash, and I'm underlining this.
Data is a free.
Who said the academician yes, and they make also proper taking note.
Yeah,
the first point.
The root
of the
of the conversation and some of the point.
Science is important in governance and politics. And Embraso say instead you be investing in macho men. You be investing on the opponents at them. You be investing on be attack or more and more agree. No, political parties and leaders should invest in scientific research. Embraso, because say me ba nyansa pona me can maybe chill producers. Me be say this election will be one of the most statistically interesting elections. Baby ana mete no na prof ni na gonna me prof aye adwuma bi and as any scientist bia no hu bibia ogina bonte ye de e ka one obehwe the terrain na me catch prof say ye nyini okumase ye nim kumase me papa ondidi you after prepping him 2 weeks ago say we na e data ni chese me papa kra wanje ndi inte buy only but for political parties I'm surprised say people are surprised with the result and more 12
for me, honestly speaking,
you will not be surprised.
Yeah,
but there were people who are very surprised. They are even MPs, maybe not be pressmen who are surprised. It's because you
really?
One. Me catch a producer say from all the studies I made, Global Info Analytic guy ain't wrong.
Musa Dankwa.
He was not wrong. Opa Fred producer.
Charlie. Has really been
lambasted, sent by party members. About the predicted 2016. Pre-producer, MPP should be careful. Their papa is not wrong because from the data now me
but now follow no pa.
Oh, I'm following because they're credible.
I say America we on elections now Donald Trump we need or some the polls be by me tie no. Sata me Fred Musa Dankwa Kasai. Me catch and send me any interview or said there be on your time why you busy papa into watch around that time now during the day na jonkwa and it was even only by TV3 into my friend or catch and say my brother I've been with you for some time, you know me, and the way people are insulting me this time round I am betting with my head. I'll catch them straightforward.
I even said
he said it.
I even sent the message say mani yubiano the science will actually vindicate the prof he said yes yeah no prof you're very tactical who be said you no I follow him because terrain
but people did not understand his research.
Yes,
the samples no use you now for
now let me come back to the sample and he indicate here
all right
yeah okay. Research and I'm happy prof is here for a national survey and I'm on and this honesty in the system yeah crash phone BSC posters Ye na ye co school for a national step. Also your sample size calculator. All calculate sample size. A drew post 1 million hona. Unya be 2,000. This is nenso. So researchers generally say for a national survey, who could a sample size of 2,000 is okay.
Okay.
Then now we'll discuss. I nearly came, but
you called me.
And for a national survey, who could a sample size of 2,000, even at the US, it's okay. The US population. Prof Bebem. Ghana de who could a 5,000 sample size. Or be your commenting Musa Dankwa sample size be our issue with statistics. And Ghana had no be a struggle to pass commerce. No, they must Musa Dankwa him. Because of partisan politics,
including the academics.
Yes, dishonest. Because the can't this level no. Yes, our level like academicians now. Obian go be challenge Musa Dankwa sample size.
Oh really?
But now I go to political party for say. I had an with one of my former students. No advice again. I'm saying, "Mon cannot correct because they are children." And I'm a chance to see a more sample size calculator. I'll make the population. I can tell you the sample size. He was not wrong. It be BHL. I'm saying what the guy is doing is not wrong. To crawl for the phone, now you're expert. Say no guy in the sample size. The mistake academicians, the research team of the MPP in the year, and they say, "Obi this research better. Or share baby we weak. No, I re-strategize it. It will study one of the aftermath and Busa say where the decisions and campaign message based on research. Go nipa no research who didn't attempt to be then not say who say oh hen yenko ye enti yenye ni ye what's many per mom could not attempt. So put it on record, Musa Dankwa was not wrong with the sample size.
So from what you are saying, I think the message, the messenger, and the machinery.
The machinery. We look at the 12-point agenda. And Dr. Cass, who Kai said that no crown me send a message me.
Yeah.
And strategically, one bomb meeting.
Mekai.
Because you knew the terrain, it got to a point and it's for yenti. A man who crack a drink pass. Minim said I'm in the bone your home. Oh, because that tension and I want a damn hano. And I'm saying, no, let me just send a message. The two be prof said yes, the emotions here politics. HML football adding. And once again, let's be clear. Science. My uncle, Dr. DeGraff Johnson, Mechiao, researcher, why yeah. In fact, let me credit him to the data me work. Dr. Cash. Or catch him point blank, Techi, MPP. They should rather strategize to reduce the margin because it's now 1.5 million. That was a month ago. Gap, Dr. Graf Johnson. Let me credit him and give me data. He did most of the data. Almost yesterday to be on first time voters in Ashanti region. Dr. Cass, we hear data now. So this was what was happening. In my phone, around
that time, my producer was also talking to MPP for the bar and said, "Mon shame first time voters ni comes to CJ now we know share we have everything on grounds.
Because this was what was happening. There is a change in demographics. One of my share I didn't say because prof the best I say.
We have some your time baby.
I'm saying now support that me point I me producer Musian am catch him say there is a change. This is what the research was saying. Who's the first MPP bouncing on prophecy history. Rollins. The Rollins agenda. Tiye Kumasi yetete no. Me will remember me said the Rollins by na pata ye say no. And we were that entity, but there is a change in demographics. Some are moving into the aged bracket and as a big crown in Yamia from. It was steady data and not first time voters in the dorsal. And a youthful population in the dorsal. This was what was happening. Some crown no name their Rollins here.
He said it.
And so they are passing verdict based on what this government is doing. Dr. Cass, the danger is that if the NDC takes away serious, normally be historic, a developer Ghana, it means that Omo Benyasa demographics to their folks. For the first time, not there was a change in the demographic. Minimum one or more MPP research team. They didn't help them. And now all bankers say, for example, what can Rollins? Rollins a Uko. How do you use Rollins? The issue was that banking sector cleanup. Obia losing 100,000. Also, Rollins as him. Let's look at free SHS. This was all that's happening. I gave some of my TAs who are free SHS beneficiary 1 week. Someone got to have. I said, Doc, Yanko. Because now when you're free SHS beneficiary, we're transitioning to national service. And now the national service allowance and my also the free SHS go win election. And it's research and science. And no crime can have my post an amount for and you're comfortable that they cannot win this election with free SHS. So the issue is that one, the research team failed the MPP. There is a huge transition. One, a for money on Mateno, or my names are you for no. Me, I make sure I'm the prof will attest to the first are you for your crying to my and TikTok, na mama back or gas, ne back or trauma and this in tea until the name money be. Trust me, I researchers. You for never money and tell my say. They are complex, or more exposed, or more smarter, they have access to data. It never be oh yeah, you have to be careful. So what I saw when I say constantly make people will take in the morning say it looks as if the political parties some empty the behavior of the electorate. I say, and that is one of them. There's a major transition, and why we are surprised because of the transition. Rollins Niobio, if you guys say Rollins, you'll be say ya nipano wuko. So it was starting on a clean sheet. So whatever you do, no more the judge.
What about Drew baby? Now I say you inject BBD go a man for no adwene because aged no said you can it could be possible say ebi ni hobium but the younger generation you inject BBD go a man so it will have effect on decision making.
Unim de ne hu ba. La me ma analysis be. Me de me hu say I would have to laptop and prof who attest to this. Since 1992.
Yeah.
MPP has been winning all universities.
Oh, okay.
If you care to know. Even in voter region. Go ahead data no. Prof for high and just prof for high since 1992. It will stronghold the middle class and the educated. Social media is dedicated. Because you'll be on school to be a social media account. The amount yes carries when we ran the social media popularity index. And MPP was trailing. Minister Dr. Kasoti educated tend to vote for you.
Said now does it here. Me catch from said the political colors are red, yellow, and green. Green your more party ni mudadada. And what they said what the pen courage now better. Then we have the yellow, where we have the elites waiting to listen to your policies to make a decision. They were there. And then the red people are also people those are the people who are over to me, those colored propaganda to convince them. Mechanic now I said everything.
And such ratio and I'm telling you, Prof is here. Don't try and insult their intelligence.
Oh, okay.
Or you're smart. Or you're 4 years iPad. Also a captain sword, ballhood, the baby 4 years iPad. That is the generation we are talking about. In planning, your friend say needs assessment. One of the major barriers of the MPP is their inability to adapt that planning tool. A planning process now you needs assessment. Prof what he needs as a professor different from me as a senior lecturer. You as a journalist who need a different from Dr. Techi.
Yeah.
So when a planner is doing needs assessment or share age group, dynamics, ethnicity, religion, a detailed need assessment. For any researcher to say more 5 million votes from free SHS meant that sending back on the basic understanding of needs assessment are flawed. Okay. Because educational system they create 3 levels. You will university, secondary, and basic. As we speak, there will be a young family. I feel no reason a man. He need a basic education.
Okay.
But your analysis Obi so power SHS no need SHS. And even SHS level, the middle class need is different. The middle class are tending to vote for MPP no. And now I'm also different. We go percent the back certain category of school. Then university, why the MPP was losing at Legon and Cape Coast because the concentration was in the middle, but universities won't need. Then it comes to Kumasi. Why? Listen, more Kumasi for Adapan, Tomobo.
Okay.
If you don't understand these things, Oberon Tinipa behavior say, but Kumasi Assembly Yakaye. The region has been disrespected for far too long. It's the need. Kumasi a business and your commerce.
It's a hub.
A hub. It's duty. A major issue. Taxes. where planning model needs assessment. It will be how your businessman ko fa car ba. Who the duty? Who fa car? Who the duty to do also?
Yeah.
Also, who the free status convinces any panel? How do you survive? It needs assess a basic planning tool. It don't say analysis where you know. Near said no.
But you see, as at when they were supposed to be looking at some of these effects, they were talking about, they were campaigning on capitation.
Within the area, I had students working under me, professor, who were with the vice president. I'm yet going to give them their mind. Okay, they won't listen. There were people working for you, the models way, but they were still posting on their social media. We are going to win free SHS inquiries. It's not scientific. It's never scientific.
Oh, Doc.
Only one finding.
But you are listening to the program.
OBTO.
Nami Bisa almost said 2020, the headline for the campaign was free SHS. 2024,
So the chief went here, the Udina terms say, or more Tiabuchi especially. I'm going to say, oh, man, for Tuaba, it's your send this car, listen carefully. Obiani in need. And plan over planning school, first year, Charles Adway, we needs assessment. Monsieur Obi, the business, need the higher taxes. Obiso dear, inflation. Obi dear tomatoes or Burkina Faso. Because we invested in planting for food and jobs, we could not survive with irrigation. It will be our need. It meant the Obia terms say what about because once we
couldn't survive irrigation and drought.
No, we could not. Yeah. And this is a signal, Dr. Castro. Next year, food inflation be a big face, you know. Because looking at the weather conditions, and now no, and that's why I would tell NDC for say yes, congratulations, boy, are there. But Juma Neta on a young cry Juma.
I tell you,
the data na me who no many President Mahama and Kamen Kofakunyano. Prof Brem.
Inti yeah share meba yeah share the science and data of the election. Afi yeba yeah second round yeba be share what led into what we are seeing now.
Oh yes.
What we call the
Bambese me tie professor. Prof yeah me bra.
All right, Prof.
I'm say about that thought skipped, but okay, so I mean seriously, data is everything, right? It will a mathematician and say, oh no, we NDC and SMPP suddenly because of party affiliation, you know, we lose so thought there. They say maybe I would be I say you free her because of more minor, and I will take it from the fact to say demographics not can something very important. But let's say you have a sample of 2,000, say you know what can one. Let's say that there are margin of error in terms of any research you do there, but you are looking at several gradients because responses not a woman no is speaking to different issues. So we are not just running figures.
Okay.
On the mission. A ya question be a yedibisa or one yinti nama yenya sa percentage we no yenya no. Na sa en semwa wo mo agi tu mu say oh e fa se ya na mepe e yesi na mepe e ye tuntuma na mepe no sa enuoma no eni kura research ni mu ase it to meet now with them na o ka say research no kura na sample you see no kura ye ni wunti no ya to ni nyina egu a kosa no obisa ye no nso itiro nipa do no ano enkan the details of the research they only have heard about percentages no moto to ayampia.
So me kai say Musa dan kware do baby no ne sample no even kura ne sample methodology no was on phone calls. So I remember see a bisa and say I didn't know use phone calls or say nipa ni share face to face obi o ho a na oye mameka say bia no ye MPP ni but on to me can asem no ye mfa when it is face to face but the phone so a ne come so ye different. So he decided to use the phone call.
Phone call there you see.
Yeah. He took us all use phone call. And he was lambasted for using phone call.
Yeah, and the fundamental thing is that the aspects of qualitative data no in it no also is the qualitative data and no answer I'm making.
Oh, okay.
Say asem no ye figures the aye no en common so e wo ho sa na be se me kire say en common no research ni mu the researcher no obe analyze it no we di unkomo say nipa be say kire so mo pe we e sign ye ni nti e bi okra etumi san so kwa e kire say ye ni kwa emu nkire mu ne den and you kind of mixed method no it no ya all ka demographics ni ade ne 10 years ya kan nipa ye hunu wo mo ye hiafo ye hunu wo mo a wo mo eye adwuma ye hunu wo mo a kyerese wo mo nya adwuma ye hunu wo mo a wo mo mfie ye se ni ade. The past 10 years no you should be able to anyway census na duru bia na ho nkomo na asem fofo but we are able to tell at least has that some guesses said Ghana population no emududu obeye se na nya adwuma. It is 8 years when we need election first 4 years another 4 years become 8 years you are somewhere somehow within a census range. I say to be the sa data no to me a day apportion distribution of resources near there at the meeting needs. Then when you tie that into, for example, the free education or can once a mini idea, you go into elections, free education, and you lose election. Then you go into it again, you win election. Then you go into another election again, you want to go with free education. Knowing said your demographics knowing said the population is not static. The human brain now watch a crown about 3 years to say watch about them no battery wo just a battery na wu se battery no wu ya dia Ghana for ni pretty my mo no battery na e wo mo adwene no say wu ya we understand the say abrabo dia dane so several factors are at play no bebre revolve no bebre change so interests are evolving, needs are evolving. On the basis of that, no, afe nipa no a woyetimamufuo no, when you free education, but what else and what next do they need? So there are other global forces and factors and so on, competing with their needs. So you touch on businessmen who have specific needs, but businessman no, ebi o free education, e man about secondary school. And I will tell you this authoritatively, say. My children are not in the regular Ghanaian cycle of education. Even though I'm a university teacher, I'm in Yeska. So my needs are different in terms of what I aspire. And then so different interests. About testing different ideas I may imagine. And those ideas that I imagine will even affect research outcomes. It in ukoye survey not just a free education. You don't have to, in your estimation, no, assume say survey no. The next survey you do no, ebe put free education on top.
We don't destroy a winning team.
No, but that's the point I'm making.
Should that also
Debbie, you cannot be fixated on the policy. Say the next 4 years, last 4 years, you got to abandon free education, but 4 years down the line, you got to abandon free education will come top. In terms of needs and as a interest and so other factors may come up. For example, a factor like corruption may come up very well because of Nkoma Yedie Akufo the second term over time. What you say? A factor like macroeconomic stability. Say the Ghana sika sema kwa inflation may come up as compared to free education, because you go school we are employment. What you say? It's fundamentally other elements ni ingredients be ebe unity over time. So we are president, we are minister, we are aban. Now we need research team one thinking from an evolutionary point of view. Now cause why we need elections country in your country, papa. You can't have trust in that country because the country must evolve in terms of ideas. And at least we know, sir, every 4 years we go to give account. And within 4 years, the people will expect transitions. With the free education by the bill. And the bill na a guide wabang the next 4 years. And we saw many things. Ghana fobu fuye because there was or there is a finance minister. Or Ghana ha or man forecast say to Nadia so because you peno. That is science.
Because the representatives of the people.
Because the people are saying say Sani power ya or tear just as final. It doesn't matter so your cousin. Because ye ni
The mistake is that we saw them as members of parliament. We didn't see them as representing constituents.
That's the issue.
Yes, it was a man for say. You assume say Ghana for free. That's the assumption. It's we will keep him there over time. Then the people began to have the perception of corruption. Say, okay, he is keeping him there because the government is trying to amass wealth for itself. Now, you sue friends and family to aggrandize or the no their servo no personal interest. On the basis of that, or man for taking note. It obi koye survey. The survey will not take blue for the MPP because they did free education 4 years ago. It may take green or break red or something, depending on Nipa Chrono.
I'm interested in now. The focus is on accountability.
Yes.
And Pacho NDC form to focus here.
Yes.
Accountability in what dimension?
Focus is on the people have perception that things have gone.
Look. Let me add to what he just said. I'll tell you this: the people did not vote for Mahama,
but rather
they voted for Ghana. I'll tell you this: they are saying that we have two alternatives.
No, there's a conscience in what you are saying.
They voted for Ghana.
Let's look at the conscience behind.
I'm vote to my Ghana. I'm vote to my Ghana because I'll tell you this.
I'm to about Mama Hama.
Yes, I'm vote to my
Ghana.
Yes.
And
I'll tell you this.
I'm to about Mama Hama.
Yeah.
I'm to about the Ghana.
Yes. Yes. And I'll tell you this.
Okay.
What is dangerous? They said the NDC may live in fool's paradise when they assume say they've caught their public sympathy. No, it is Ghana people are beginning to look at because that's the education we have given at least since 2012.
But voters are discerning.
Yes. So that is the education we have given since 2012. It was my mantra. Party affiliation voting and I so I wrote an article 2012. Say yenjai sebio ni die mumpenifo akankasa na meka yenye jimi no. Ni yenjai say yeto aba based on the free boy ya wo metu fie ho no me maame ye MPP ni me wo fa ye MPP ni me soa ye MPP ni enti ya wo mi amanyi no ho no metu MPP efi am timni ye NDC me papa ye NDC ni me wo fa na me na kanso aso ye NDC ni enti ye NDC aba na ese metu me se jimi ye nyai 2012 na say me kasa asem we say jimi ye ni fa kire man. We need to vote based
on repeat you hobby we
I say a two about based on issues. Sentine say, offer bet me in paboni. O papa bet me in paboni. Ah, oya mambofo. It would generally basis so the Kotwaba say we won't suit cloud out. And we have preached that since 2012. We've also talked about say let's stop ethnic voting since 2012. Na young say, young kase ni pano yadagati ni frafrani asantini and also whoever the person is. Se nipa no ye hunu say nyansa woni trim o suehunu a according to Weberian thought no in a bureaucratic system no ye say obi be ye dwuma ewo abamu anase ye kire ekuro ye kire busua na edwuma mu a ye mbisa ye so right certification o hunim de say obedi say edwuma no de atosu mienu nso no we nipa wonye comfortable amoa onye corrupt we nipa one should share one ankasa the all pay against the interest of the institution. Now in the Barbarian thought, no institutions, no emra a government institutions, no I will quite fast so regulated the behavior of the actors a one institution. Unfortunately, no nipa no one institution no our discretionary rights be a woman do mojuma. It sounds say laws no that one by themselves no will not function well unless it's say human actors no woman no woman di juma no everybody juma ye. It is say oh koto aba now koto aba mani pe bia already the president no person odie. And yes say Ghana no person oye ni ya say nipa no oto aba man na oye den ya obenya grave failures. Yeah. So from 2012, I said that Akufo-Addo's push for presidency, no, Kabeya MPP for sign. It's been my argument. I'm not shifting from that.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yes. Because, in 2016, I also argued, they say, Ohawa MPP Ekomua, Womo argue, say, Womo you okay, no. ɔmo nye okay na ɔmo haw no ayɛ sɛ bɔɔla soja ɛhye wɔ aseɛ na ebire no wie dura ɛbɛdɛre buruburu. The MPP as a party over time began to shift away from scientific data. Even though Akrachufo, they began to shy away from scientific data. Now, Obia or Casa based on scientific data, Bia, what kind of Caribbean was branded
anti-MPP.
So you're anti-MPP and that's why you're NDC. Period. It, you know, whoever was speaking truth to them in terms of scientific data, no, was somebody but let's look at
even from where I'm sitting. I send me outcomes here NDC for Brewska.
The own person Becca, Dr. Cash. It got to a point that if we Dr. Cash was say on its EDMO or more NDC agenda. It's MPP reps they want to come on this show.
OTB.
Man, TV say
complexities.
Dr. Cash person Becca
complexities of data. Nipa noa. You know, Mudin common, you represent 1, 2, 3. We are using different representation to define them.
Okay.
In the statistical data. But omu nipa. Omu nye robots. Omu ye nipa u. Omu nye robots. Now those people know omu ka say I will vote for person A or B near the end because of that. Ano say the data they can change the psyche of the people. It is a comfort as you say car quine nebeboamu amomuntos empro ewenkrasia. Now data no eba out ebia January of the election year. Now start to say would 200 amount earlier. You may be able to shift the mindset of the people.
Okay.
Make us a new robot. Oh, say data no top on say robot. But a nipa na data no free o monchanyaba. It no nipa no kire say
but prof, on say edru baby so on the side of the research issues. On say e baby so edru baby am tum say leaders ni bi o so mpa ba mu bu nsam.
Understanding of research. That's what prof say.
Edru baby na mi hu no.
A feedback.
Akwa say wa research prof o comes prof. About we research I nyoma edi agu akwan prof ukwa abewe obon se ho na ubu afumi
I'll tell you this. I sat on a station here. This thing was trending recently. Meka bibi say Akufo-Addo His Excellency are performing necromantic ritual edi enyane mahama efri ufu.
I saw that.
Na meka bibi say at the time of mahama ye to abetiaro no Jida Suba Isofoton I confirm Bas Brandon. What was he coming to do again in Ghana's politics?
He was retired by Ghanaians.
He was retired by Ghanaians. But this election became competitive to the extent to say Bawumia was competing like he's coming from the opposition. That is the reality. So what went wrong? What went wrong when they say? In as much as say Abino try say Obama indicators be actually the challenges when research came out a point ye confirm me be actually baby so the omtifa no omo amfa one fa there just when tie o manfo no. So it may be a sample of 2,000 people. You may have 500 or 600 saying this or that. So 500 no mo frebusuemu omo ne konfo na ye tuma. What you say? Omo contribute to the national discourse. Politics is about numbers. 50 plus 1 vote. And numbers. It immediately you decide to say you are not interested in data and the details of the data. No, there comes a problem. Yeah, okay, dear. And I am sorry.
Oh, there be message me na bahana na.
Ai, da sabe okay. And I am sorry.
Oh, bibia okay. Message we free. I am Michael S. Mills in Shiaso
Great
secretary.
man, one of the few MPP guys. Very and I am praying for him.
Yeah, I am very principled.
Yes.
And your friend was full of
but monitoring him is one of them.
Yeah. Also, the man speaking is making sense on the voting based on ethnicity and etc. but he must he must reform his language and refrain from Jimmy no. Some of us are listening. Also, my regards to Professor Edujemfi. All right, a message coming from Mr. Mills. We end the buy, but anyway, okay.
No, but
it was in a contest. So,
yes, because be buy a FM station. Be so me mudi. Nipa ni busa me say na sebi o ye wo anyansafo e wo Ghana. Nipa ni busa me say question no.
Okay.
A journalist obusa me say question no. Sent to obusa say question no. I believe we say na obusa question no based on politics of issues. Sure. Do you know why the politicians take us for granted?
No.
And why they've taken us for granted historically? Saying to say, man for no votes were bought primarily within the political parties themselves. Nipa ye pa woma omubedi party nenimu kind. Nipa ye pa wonom ema omebu party no ho bra no. Empredo do ono anu this kind of the tall man for votes within the party.
Prof, we hear me list now.
Anna, meba, Anna, womo eto wie nso a. Womo ni says anko for no anso ye Ghana for. It will make to me ato Ghana for vote. We need to speak the hard language. Yes, we'll be polite. But like you said, what I said is in contest.
It was in a contest. So, yeah.
I am neutralizing the effect of that. But we need to speak hard truth to ourselves.
Yeah.
We need to speak hard truth to ourselves. Also, Kabiribi say reset. Yeah. I am from Metuga. You didn't come over, right? But Ghanaians must understand what we are talking about here. Same say, you vote for them 4 years. Say. The people did not vote for President Mahama. I will tell you this. If the NDC comes and play games like we have seen, Wambenya worst performance the next 4 years. I tell you right today's day down.
Wait, a candid question. Should you be going to other issue into elections, but said ya okano and I'm me business question. Suppose in set waba.
Now I'm saying first time voters.
All right, you be baso. Suppose in set waba. Wabe project bit is from market. Wabe KJT phase 2. Wabe why other important ones as he did in the last 4 years of his government. Out to media quas or ma asantemanya some most project. Do you think it will still affect his chances or the chances of the NDC again?
No, of course. I mean, first of all, no, it's a social contract. The NTSC.
All right.
Yene abino asane contract. Ya to abama almost say omumeden. Develop here. And let me go back to the Athenian state, the Grecian state. Back to the Grecian state.
All right, okay.
Now you take politics.
Okay.
You na kobo chenku. Ni you do a man home komo. What you say? Police no you do home komo. Ni ya chesa hard ya pesi ya defa. Ni you na no the gitu mu say ya de befa no. Na ya de afa hoko. Now we have what we call representative democracy. One man for jida ya name. No me bu man ho bra e de amaye. De ya pe na eso mo ye maye se nipa kuma no a ye to abade ma wo mu no se bi ebru se bi ekronto se bi mpreduasa wo mu nim nyansa nchen yen wo mu nim nyansa nchen Ghana fo nyina. In fact, I have said it some time ago say se bi mpreduasa said the president is not the smartest person in Ghana.
Yeah.
No, you better say 40 BBA. Sebi imprediasa. Sebi said the president of Ghana is not the smartest person in Ghana. So we need to understand. Say immediately, a man for to Abama Oduko Tinejaswon. You are their representative. You are not there. When Tiwa say Wankasa Utumina de Tiwo. And Utino and your man, what we are interested in. Se eyo mu adi hia de no eno na wo be ya no de ama wo itimi nia se edwa ene hia na wo ye dwa ma ye ya ha one sen se ka kwan ne hia na ye ka kwan ma ye ha one sen ye sika sem ne ye se enko yie na ye nwadwa ma ye ha one sen ye se munja sika wia when so mamento sebi nkan sebi yase munde sikawia na sikawia no odi sikawia me say na mbesem kan sebi yase munde sikawia na mu je sikawia o man be yia mu yes amaye ya yesu ni bede corruption e project we ye no biology ate se ekuda sebi ensuo etini free mu ba
yeah
it no ade biara eye biara no say what the corruption can wa project kasa ade no it turns from good to bad to worse it to reverse corruption to good to excellence no just say ye ma awia e hyere wo so na eba sa ade se ye kan no kura pempen was ni pain e de kire powers that be said the people of Ghana are not interested in that yamfa abo yamfa tuo yamfa jan ye de kokroboti ni ye de be kire wo say we detest what you did. It's the oman for no ye no a major response to say the interest of Mother Ghana is what we are advancing now. Look, opa yanya
me pese wanu si o na
opa
yanya coalition center
a tally of corruption incidents across under Kufuor's government. People want to shy away say about 2 years and people did not vote on the basis of corruption.
People did.
No, some people assume.
People did.
But corruption.
People did.
But who said government officials or Mambua some make you hot in research can say sweeping statements. I advise the MPP to go back or more research. They should analyze the data. The prof work.
Okay.
As user workers because of what you've seen, prof, the way we know corruption was a major issue. It will be about saying corruption biano. Now so on need access to any data back kasakeke. Go back to the research. Look at what the research is saying.
We assume say first time voters no na beto aba no. Sebi mpredi asa. Economy a ewo mu fie no, omu hunu. Esanso mu 18 years pe nti omu hunu. We assume that. So omu hunu. Nti no you better be free education e dey win elections. Any day, anytime. Yes, it's good to have slogans, mantras, whatever in electoral campaign so that we put up the sentiments of the people. But when you have an election with a margin like we are seeing now, slogans, all those sentiments, and to me, gain any momentum and traction behind the minds and the hearts of the people. We almost share the realities on the ground to vote. And I say this. They did not vote against Bawumia. They voted against the government of Akufo-Addo.
Me da say yenya nti yes anywhere from now no.
In perspective.
Me
I know say easy
anywhere from now
but easy ni record na eba no. One here Mahama be breaki Jerry John Rollins record.
Oh yeah, sure.
See how disastrous the thing is.
We me share no na Greater Accra only deal with over 1 million
exactly.
votes. So wow.
And yeah, kasa one you best straight for one NDC for you bomb baso. It is not going to be easy.
It is not going to be easy. To more relax in terms of performance.
Down. And I yes out of pain, especially you know what broach here. What more be scar about 20 and about 20 will be a
no all right, Yanko Coalition Center.
All right.
From the Ashanti Regional Coalition Center, pink sheet no aba out apie na Ashanti Regional Presidential Election Results no enye. Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia for the NPP enya 1,366,800. Me pacho bra OTEC Facebook one so ya project ya pink sheet no ewo ho. Ya project pink sheet no ewo ho. Enti mebobo ni nyina ne ahwe Ashanti Regional Presidential Election Results NPP enya 1,366,800. Dr. Augustine Latte Jr. enya 1,608. Na Christian Kwabna Andrew Eyegum enya 2,317. 2,317. LPG Kofi Akpalu onya 524. 524. Mohammed Frimpong enya 278. Nana Akosia Frimpoma Kumankuma CPP onya 2,651. 2,651. And at the NDC John Dramani Mahama enya 697,076. 697,076. Hassan Ayariga for the APC enya 2,077. 2,077. Independent candidate Kofi Kuranting onya 252. 252. George Chumberima Edu enya 330. Nana Kwame Bediako Chada onya 23,432. Chada enya 23,432. Alan Kojochi Amatin enya 8,763. 8,763. Valid total valid vote. Total valid vote 2,106,108. Total valid vote 2,106,108. Total rejected vote. Hey. Total rejected vote 29,865. Total rejected vote 29,865. Total vote cast 2,135,973. 2,135,973. We a free Ashanti Regional Coalition Center. But before I become manimono, yentie we kakra ni antwaso.
Never because solar interchange after 8 years, not even a touch. I no kola touch kola mesi so 8 years in here. What's me akoya kwan we dey interchange kasa makoya siakra. Eni mu ni echire na kono ne nefe. Na ayi kumase aya na atfat ayi fata ye fense chapeti ye na wonam so agogura ebe ka be na wo chama ma beto aba we dey gugu kwa abre district and then nam so say agogura wonam so efuturo and asam ketwa mo dia bone papa MPP mo dia bone titru asante reje mo ya bone akasa mo ya bone eti se mo hwe de mo dia kwa wie se sie ye ti hei mo hwe de mo dia kwa wie ene mo ne na mo baba bia mu dia becha papa president elect ya ma congratulations why ya da se wakon na waje papa
me MPP for sebe mpanifo se obakwasia ene ntesa na adwene hwe enim kwase na mo dia gu asanteman eye ayeyi why edamase why na mo sa sori a ana asante de mo strong mo nka bi da ema MPP for fan so mutimu da se Ashanti region mo stronghold mamu fan se mutimu da mumu ye mo fa nya hwembo a mo betra konya so 8 good years common market community maye common interchange am promise them be see interchange makoma ko 5 ama Ashanti region 4 ama Ashanti man 8 good years mutimi see one interchange maye ade bone be dan mo na mo sori a mo se ka kire yese mo benya 85% of Ashanti region sa yate unim yanka mo hwe na empire e bone say 7 December beba empire ya gbaru no 7 December beba na MPP from be di be mba ko na 85% no afi ade bone be de mo se be yiro dondomani mahama kra se be yentobo ma no se be yiro dondomani mahama kra onya 30% da e wa Ashanti region no for development on the 4 years e ye wa Ashanti region to still na to betia no Muhammad in fear 9 is the market. One of the second largest market in West Africa. Is the Tafo market, a Boko market, a Tonsu market, a Swaso market, SSC, a Ferromerity hospital, 8 good years, the Muntimin be hospital. A Ferro hospital, Muhammad see 8 good years, Muntimin be a no Masantimai. Mubu say, Massa, you say, Quasianity and Agrogu, a few, Quasianiati, Agrogu, a few, Mr. Quasia, the Niatin, are going to go. Say 85% of Central region. Here, make as much MP before. ɛbɛyɛ mo sɛ da yɛ so ɛbɛyɛ mo sɛ da yɛ so ɛbɛyɛ mo sɛ da yɛ so sɛ mahama ba yɛ no hey mahama fa bɔ ne kyɛwa mahama hey project mahama yɛ de ma Asante region hwɛ project mahama yɛ de ma Asante region so sɛ na yɛ to betia no sɛ na yɛ se yɛ ni so etimi sɛ yɛ radio no mahama na me aduna 7 December oba yɛ ni 7 December no abanda yɛ bɛtɔ ma wo we the concerned youth of Asante region there we are going to vote massive for you because you share development awodi ye ma Asante region for you development awodi share ni munyama a yɛ satu tia wa ni wani ni sɛ mahama yɛ ni wani ni kwa no kra ba ko pɛ no kra ba ko pɛ yɛ ni mahama ni ni because project mahama yɛ de Asante ni munyam a still na yɛ hwɛ yakopɔ no tutia na yɛ ni mahama ni ni ti wa jondo mari mama da ro me pa chow abai ko 7 December yɛ de da wase ewo project ade beje Asante ni munyam yɛ de da wase thank you vote we thank you vote ko to aba ko to mahama it is spread the mahama say pa ne chow na me adno oba central market no hwe no nyama yɛ of interchange na before the musa be kanu omo ntimi nwie ba kokra no onhwe on sima yɛ because you say NDC ba no mo na simi 6 cm NDC ba mo na simi 6 cm ejiro ajondo mani mahama e pa chow 7 December we are going to vote massive for you because mo so lene o mitumu and the kamafuma masa yento because of tribalism in some ya Asante ni tinche dem tuma MPP wo bla MPP mu ame ejiro ajondo mani mahama e da wase e wa kuma power ma Asante man na me adoma 7 December ye ko da wase ye power abato no ye ko da wase me da se ejiro ajondo
on OTEC 102.9 figures na me bobo free Ashanti Regional Coalition Center no NPP vote no yeah 1,366,800 no represent 64.89%. Representing 64.89%. NDC's 697,076 no represent 33.0.
What's interesting about this data? My research team.
Why is me boss here?
Before the
was
election.
Before the election.
Now, my research team predicted between 28 to 30% for NDC. Now, NDC for target, yes, 32, and no 33. To meaning they outperformed the projections of my research team. And
because initially, I can't bear 3 days yet to about target 35.
Okay.
35. And a Musa Dan Quabec catcher say 35 in the dear. And ya di ombenya. Baby at 30 no betimi akwa nim kakra bi but 35 ne de omunya Musa Dan kwa said it
Dr. Gash I made the producers in here me Dr. Techi etifunti OTEC 4 years Asante akwan call say ba producers so obi ansoma me na me come asem informally and ba menim call say ba producers so ba prof care bibi asem we na Dr. Cash intimi mbo during the election on my see democracy ye pay feedback because the nani pe bi be ye wa ha no e bi e be ka say Dr. Cass or ye obi agenda but these were the concerns of certain people are now counted to the elections but na bi nipa ni bi akoma no atomu eti the esere ne say enye de bia na nokore ni tie eye de but sometimes what to butie nokore na eboawo and then especially and ye tie na and Asante fo anto aba and na my din where people have their own problems. Oh, amount for one more problem. Na amount for akoma no atum. It got to a point where we no crepa untimi nka ekoye den na prof tie no nim die besi we ntimanka me ntimanka Dr. Cash ntimanka. Near the doom come up because it got to a point, oh, kind of corner, they will come after you.
When you tell them the truth, yes, oh, yeah, and NDC for agenda,
they will come after you.
Now you blame your producer. Yeah, say, yeah, NDC, Juma.
Me, yeah, Vice President of Ghana Institute of Planners. Somebody walked to my president, Dr. Techo, NDC. Somebody.
Look at this.
A Juma, some of us are here.
Share.
Dog, me. Now, no one names the president, no, you meet the man. You are dealing with
me at a point in time, me and I can't say emphatically. I said here, say Ashanti MPs now relax. Me na me can't say no. Na papa be a phone. Now a free MPB. Na MP so a fraba. And I keep saying this MPs no be relax. Be blanyo majuma.
Enti Dr. Cash, me what point have you ha? Me dem summarize majuma no. Minim si yan call ya.
Message bako abawe from George Opoku-Amponsa. Also Dr. Cash, your panel members are fantastic. Going forward, probably from next year, these objective and independent minds must have a special day on your show, at least once every month, and call it Academic Day on Dwabrem. Kudos to your production team, George Amponsa, CEO, Edusa Memorial Farms, 2022 Dwabrem Municipal Youth Farmer, and a 2024 Dwabrem Municipal Overall Best Farmer.
Yanka or car farmer no. Yanshare or my poultry products in no. Prof ye imported. Me a development planner. So I'm going to stick to my area. Prof, as we speak now, Prof, you import what amount of money you import? Then the ruling government is mocking opposition, say, obey deliver chicken. Checks. Your duty is to make sure the poultry industry moves. Now campaign your mockery. It's your no now yeah poultry farmer. No. Say no beginning about you. Poultry farms you go. Now where government in power no. Opposition leader making a recommendation. What they are done a mockery.
The basic needs of man, food, clothing, shelter.
Only abro policy. Or say chicken they will be happy. Into the policy in such a way say poultry production there. I was all mine machinery no. You to produce tomatoes. You to produce poultry. You to what the 8 years. Then you still compare yourself to Nkrumah. Nkrumah 7-year development plan. Or the 7 years na year the Oyeni.
It's a shame.
It's not a cast me pointers in here. Key points. What happened?
Very good. What happened?
Na prof my input in here.
Were there any problems? Yeah, and now were there problems with the messenger and the message or
and other cash? Yeah, the
machinery.
Only lamentation. Mr. Mominim say the NDC too are monitoring. And to say yeah car.
Chese.
You have my recommendations. Said the payer.
Exactly.
Among koye a bill.
Exactly.
Because Ghana
should understand that when they decide to mess up, we will be here to hold their tail.
Yes. Exactly.
They think we are joking here.
And you know what is going on?
This is Team Ghana.
Prof,
they think we are joking here.
I am diligently waiting for the reduction of the rate.
Port crowd or Dr. Cash. Port crowd here. Because
we will leave no stone unturned. Me, I'm telling them. We are waiting for the exchange rate. Seriously, this year, keenly, you monitor the production possibility frontier as far as it's a milk.
Okay, Metiano.
A financial expert.
No, he understands.
PPF liar.
PPF.
Mr. Sumidi, no base no. Exactly. Necessary. And you see, there was a failure. And as I said, there was a huge fail as far as the production possibility frontier was concerned in a perspective of the one district, one factory. Because you perceive free the import-driven aspect of the country to
the financial aspect. You see PPF.
Yeah,
planning for you see theory of change.
No, you only want to be discussing a whole lot.
And Ghana war, and the politicians should listen.
Say, the president, excuse me. Omampeni is not the smartest person in Ghana.
No.
I said it earlier.
No.
Number one, what happened? The first point, the best campaign strategy for a ruling government is to improve living standards.
Okay.
So who didn't hear it difficult to break the 8 now. So the idea nani panete BM answer sa uko position. O the employ journalist said Dr. Cash. For some reason, minim di otu Dr. Baumiafo. Yabeko ho. Ba umpo microeconomic indicators. Say nye year, untimi ganja se webu oni eguso di ko win election. Inflation. Na for ye cost of living. Dr. Cash practical data. You will be a scientist be of data. Prof me say me name wife to abani we no. And I'm wife sure to buy and I'm maybe so to onions. And my man say that small cup of onions, 100 cities. My man say or answer or to about come to my ruling government. Cost of living. For some reason, government communications and strategists thought say they can win the election without discussing cost of living. Niema wired thing, Dr. Cash. And will tell say if you also your MPP in Tunkodum. And if we end this in that these things, you don't want to tamper with it, so be it. Import duties. Madam for Baku at the care ba. Once again, middle class. Almost every week, prof na import duty increase.
Yeah.
After no nim amount okotuya. Now you cannot even plan say kaya medebe import duty you say. And one who cast business a go kuma say.
Yeah.
Sanko for no kasa. Oma yedin. And omo hell. And I must say him. Cost of doing business. Why was Dr. Bawumia brought to Ghana? I was a Canadian trained. They respect the likes of Simon Fraser, the Dr. Bawumia on your ordinary economics. And I'm telling you this.
Yeah,
just any economics.
Economist.
So you cannot tell me, say, you are silent on the key economic indicators.
Was it because he was sabotaged?
Yeah, but can't watch him. But the man is not an ordinary economics. My disappointment in him
I
for
asked that question because he said he was saying me ba. But now I'm out for complaints.
Now.
So was he sabotaged?
Because Akufo-Addo has not been the friend of Bawumia. Yes. And he should not consider it as such. So his business. So far as Bawumia's political career is concerned, because Wabe vice president in Tinuabuano. But to lead him to this ditch, no way.
Now, Dr. Cash, now let's go back to my position on free SHS. I stopped talking about free SHS. Because since I'm a said bad media, no, one issue I did my term, me Dr. Techi, is on free SHS. The chief won't ye emotions and a teacher of mine. I'm a development planner. In 2016, 11 a.m., me bagana, ebe me sure say after me PhD, ye babe teacher of mine. Dr. Cash, me know here. Election ye can see ye operate my political party biya. Eka 1 million Ghana cedis bid ye. Ye de be kofi. Dr. Cash me boana.
Yeah, sure.
But we all agreed say I was a Ghana here then. Eka so tifunti about the free SHS and some of the potentials dangers. This is what we said. Brilliant idea. Free SHS. Obi abeka say nye biya obwa. However, you will be a friend say planning.
Yeah.
Who training crop for 4 years. Obeko University. Prof Meboana. What provision in Ama University?
That is a question.
Now, South Free SHS. First batch, you know, every year school. A year national service. Next year, all pay Juma. Has the structure of the economy changed? It's an American needs assessment.
Okay.
84 years ago, no a free SHS graduate there, but next year, the person is seeking for employment.
Yeah.
80 planners say, you plan for the future.
And so as soon as possible.
As soon as possible. 80 also free SHS, there should be a policy document saying, in the next 10 years, these are the people that are coming out. The structure of the economy to say, Dr. Cash, where is the plan for the free SHS? Where's the plan? Dr. Cass said, "Ebi a plan a kasa asemoya yedina temana." These are some of the emotions, sir. I'm a professors at Kukudam. Aka University them almost your monka Ghana asem. Prof, he will tell you there are so many silent voices in Ghana. Ebi an kom kasa mind be call nanim. But political parties say train nipa say they don't engage, they insult, and that's our problem. So now the ruling government has the headache of restructuring the free SHS. Number one, and also coming out with a stronger policy on how to create employment for, because now structure analysis. Now no free SHS in such a later and a year vocational and technical. When I was discussing, I said we should rather start with vocational and technical because there will be a per plumbers, will be a per electrician to quote North America. They invest more on technical. Now reducing the part of the university, no, because the structure of the economy, no. Okay, the number of people we are producing 100,000 a year, we cannot absorb it. It's your structure of the economy, you're producing more university graduates than the economy can absorb.
Okay.
You need a strategist to plan this. And that is a major issue. It now needs, or on your free SHS there, baby more now almost service allowance. They've forgotten about the free SHS. A bit doing hostel fees, oh. They've forgotten about the free SHS. A bit doing unemployment, oh. In fact, as we speak now, most students or more apply for schools abroad here. Exchange rate na your problem. Go US school be $100. The exchange rate na affecting needs. Dr. Cash, basic needs. Adriane, Ghana, a full quiet from Techiman to North, from Accra, assassinated the whole as we speak, here the Brofune develop Ghana. Plenty for food and job. How much money did we invest? I'll come there. Irrigation. We cannot still farm in the dry season. It's a Greek minister and a finance minister be catch say insurance 20 bedding. Those in power. It's a duane boy the food, basic food. You got tomatoes or Burkina. Dr. Cass and desert area. Tomatoes. They say you call Niger and the cotton you can be as free as it is and me and bomb so. Now you cook clothing. They say water. Me environmentalist. It got to a point. Me say me kagalam say assemble. The truth is, KNUST UTAC voted almost 80% for the strike. Near number three say UTAC president NDC. Do you think Professor Bavare can influence Professor Dujenfi? So 80% vote should have made somebody sit down and say no. Kumasi is a stronghold. KNUST is a center of knowledge. If 80% of academics are voting, say, Yanko strike because of Galancia, somebody was supposed to sit down and strategize.
And then we had some lecturers who also came up.
Sorry. Academics already diamen. And you wouldn't how many lecturers are going to vote on Galamsey? How do you handle it? Dr. Cass, we need to change the structure of the economy. Send this percent will achieve a result immediately. Your structure and necessary. Now, the monetized delegate system. Monetized delegate system. Who delegate our party ba? Also, could this can what to be? Now, on your party bano. On the case can go. Now, a dear tier MPP. Delegates or more from delegates. Minimum this on betia as soon as possible. They should deal with the delegate system. And
you are 100% right.
They should deal with it. Dr. Kasim, I mean, really, I didn't show. Prof, luckily, Prof, I'm see you maybe. And Prof, the better also say before or more.
Send me your stadium. Me see a papa be frame of permanent baby frame.
Yes.
I saw me come stadium. They say, and the politics baby econo. Ja future national delegates.
Yes.
They end up giving us wrong leaders and they give us noisy elections.
I said it.
The delegates end up giving us wrong candidates, give us noisy elections.
And that is why Ashanti region being that number of independent candidates. My revelation.
Now, and you see, very annoying. So MP, who to me my delegate Bako, bear 3,000, 5,000 Ghana cedis.
Not your
na obi se o pesca faka konikroma kotoaba. Now okay can say hunu chire no a. Na person chire ne say.
It's the delegate system monetized. MPP pa. Now let me give you a revelation. I know I'm on from person better honorable Lanchematindi. But when major research are you here? The fact that among common delegates, now about Chamatin popular among the delegates. But now you're popular chamber among Ghanaians.
I remember.
It's a it's a choice between a flag bearer and a presidential candidate.
So yesterday, Anke ba be adwuma nra na jo. Ba ye na yesi no na ye be adwuma ti we had to rest because ni break akra. Then out of enkomo ayedi then we said say someone said say no I was even saying say if Alan withdraw from the race no not na MPP munne. Anka ochina he would have been a different story.
But
anasa sankono na nanko race nim against Mahama and this inform.
No, scientifically, but your young boy tirimu.
Oh, David.
Young boy team scientific. I'm out for some data and we can show that to them. But and yes, a party point info names sad way. Muntie, my amodi emotions dear channel. People were looking at their interest. Because no one say about Santa Regina. On your running mate, or on your running mate. We knew that day. Many prof na yeah, but we've done that. So there was a choice between a flag bearer and a maka misiafo and me catch and say now mamun kodi Justin Kodi at him. Mr. Ramo Mutie delegates kahun MPP agree be omedu no. The delegates are part of the fall of the MPP. And if MPP wants to rise, they should deal with the delegate system.
Oh, okay.
In fact, corrupt say a crash for party and power because the delegate system is pushing the intellectuals away from the party. Etina Professor Brenya Beko no enya zero. Do you know the caliber of Professor Brenya? The crime they say was spending time with Tradie Onyeska, Etoniska or the Bema delegates, then delegates will not vote for him. So now we are sacking the intellectuals away from the MPP.
And I can move for
yes. It is the obey to accumulate wealth at delegates, then you go. Now delegates, and more Bianco attack Penibia, delegates can and no. The next one, the communication strategy of some members of the ruling party. There are some students on Miami training I wanted to call them. Dr. Casti, politics here, marketing. I'm here, prof is here. It got to a point the middle class had issues with said your president running somebody like me. But while your party member no, instead of Beka Kasada chairman, then say man come out party will be matema. Would they vote for you? A nipa being to the basic understanding of democracy and politics. So Facebook did the attempt no yenyai. Because I can't open your party lose. Me who so more did the attempt to be a blame a man for more home. Say Franklin Kudjo Obua 2016. MPP bar power and now MPP asem. Now more CEOs. Mo best time I'm the Kwadjumano. Mo be different Franklin Kudjo. I must some party CEOs executives spend too much time insulting people. And that's why I told you I got to a point me free say as some Kasemen Kabiu. Man Kabio obey your school. No nya juma nya. Ni na yetim. Because yes, so my so communication strategy. Insults. Na MPP class had no kosia we he. JH men some party ni. Adoko form party ni. Akukudon party. E dey dem kosia we. Next one, the fifth point, implementation strategy of key government policies. We dey make up planning kaka Dr. Cash. Did you make up planning no? Because you say planning, you will be a friend say theory of change. Prof, planners, we don't look at how much you've invested. We look at what we got from your investment. It's your input, output, outcome, impact. It took us when you invested $1 million. You said then your evaluation model. Dr. Cash, now some of us, why some of us were worried with government policies. Now let's speak planting for food and jobs. Dr. Cash, 2021, you're spending 439 million Ghana cedis. 2022, you're spending 640 million Ghana cedis. 2023, you're spending 660 million Ghana cedis. And you can say, I'm making you. Planner Becca said, yes, you've invested. But you investing here, no, food prices the same. Dr. Cash, but you Sani training, I was trained as a planner. I spent 7 years in planning schools. I spent 4 years with KNUST, 2 years at Queen's, 4 years at University of Northern British Columbia. My being I planning. Obiani politician, Biani asem. Also, what spend this car we are? Prof, cost of food not the same. That's the question a planner will ask. Food inflation the same. Now be pediana minya. Is it all year round? Because what spend this car we? Not the cost of food is still rising. How do you convince a planner that you've made an impact? Implementation process. Dr. Cash.
The Kosu Krumno, the Yanti Nadmo headquarters. And also has been attacked by unidentified.
No, I'm on tour mobile. So
I don't know why.
What is the basis for that?
They should just come down. They should just come down. Say a bit of hard. Then say I have over to me. I have also to me. Ebufu.
Dr. Cass, another interesting thing.
You so I try say easy.
That exchange akoso. Middle class. Now MPP forgot about their stronghold. Their stronghold is the middle class.
Yeah.
Now that exchange was affected the middle class the most. So catch home. That is your stronghold. In fact, all your analysis now, Prof is here. Low income for the two Obama NDC more than MPP. That's the analysis now. Yeah. The low income earners vote for the NDC more than the MPP. And the middle class and higher income vote for the MPP more. Ocean MPP policies are benefiting the low income. So it means I call it a gamble. They were gambling to go into the stronghold of the NDC, and it failed. And the middle class and the high income now, onigality or monosono, and that is the disastrous outcome. So if you look at the debt exchange, and for retirement, when you be a mom for Musika, that same year also work over $48 million for operation expenses for LOC. Or they organize all African games.
And you know, and DDP also cost a lot.
A lot. And it affected the middle class, which is your stronghold.
And your effect is so on the election.
Oh, it was said, now say, National Cathedral, National Repentance, we need national repentance instead of National Cathedral. Sorry, Danny. One of the interesting thing about producer Richard's voice, one of the interesting thing about the National Cathedral, at that time, I need a debate, now Russia had the intention of attacking Ukraine. The word was intention. You see, in planning, you read things.
Yeah.
And I'm about to take them, I said, there is an intention. It's $58 million, So, okay, so the year irrigation. And Russia attacking Ukraine. Ghana would have benefited from the Russia-Ukraine war because now Ukraine your food basket or a map now of Europe. If Russia had an intent of attacking Ukraine, it was a good strategy.
Of which we also had the chance.
The chance. We had the land and everything.
Chance in the near one before COVID. We've always had it. But near heard him say very vamping during COVID.
It took the $58 million. Then Putin had the intention of attacking her. What the Kusi Cathedral? We won't listen. Oh. Then government handling
of
corruption cases, prof.
But they try to share the message, the messenger, and then the machinations, and I say machinery.
So the truth is that election where corruption they play a major role.
Okay,
you would agree with me, say, opening Mahama, corruption, a demon to part in a my no free ho. Na ya catalogue is annual and a in free ho. Friends and family government Openia Kufado, FOMEA, NDC for Kan Wasemwa. MBP assumed said that was not the case. No, indeed it was. The element of nepotism, say ya former buying close allies and associates in Kwano was a problem. Yenya issue with majoritarian rule, winner takes it all attitude. Say unya tumia, when abusia for any party now for being kwa and a mudimu emfaso. And I said, "Nyoma a woman,
yeah,
against or man for no, a yes, a modesta or mine no, and fast sword the cosmo woman. And a idea, a course, so people saw the impudence.
Yeah,
woman who said, dear, Openi Akufado, His Excellency, in posture, Bra, woe, satisfy the interest of friends and family, no, said you see, coy. What dovetail that into eta? Your friend be. The essence of taxation I discussing over time say I don't think you get to say to na ye gen be bo man for say you say Russian Ukraine war you say COVID-19 aba entino how aba we di levy ba in fact san kobo we yedi ya che but edi ye chibesi ne levy no opening Bawumia himself, right? I'm told say he was not for it. 11.
Sani no
say he was not for it. Na mesrewo nkofo a wo mo ehho e kire wo mo no ye the tax dodo e sa de benya wo mo ko. So the ordinary Ghanaian no awo no ni momo kakra wo de hwe how far e de ato nkyene e de ato me ana se atosode e de anu na di ane di no se nipa no yasika krawa no a onya no ya de eto so asande abeto so different forms of taxes are ewo ho a abai no e benefit from nyina no. It was as if he said E11 no ebe ye magic wonder ebe solve Ghana's problem and we share mean we speed MP before push the way the buyer. It was as if say me ye Q&A be ewo a platform be so ewo UK. My response was that I say sa E11 no ebe ye magic wonder ebe solve Ghana for problem nyina.
Yes, at that time na ya quantify revenue na ebe nye free.
Ye ni ebe solve problem no. But one minute 2 years problem no koi.
There be.
It's your man for no one. What money say? Would the A levy be that woman?
Because they told us say ye G11 to my IMF no.
Yeah, how we have to be
IMF no craft ye be abbreviation if Momo fails.
It you know ya tracy kay. Muguso amote. Kakra we die phone so mote. Now at the end of the day, it did not resolve the problem ususu say omanfo no abrehemu baby no munya interesting question but you see what is fundamental na ye kan ho asem ni say afenko for living standards nso akofom standard of living because wokoto amo say de na wo kan no ha ade be che na amo no ya tu me say amo no ye mfichira ha ye dua ye nso ye to free baby na de ba itino edwadifo a wo mu di dwa the ordinary Ghanaians a wo mo kejetia ne ade ye be wura studio say o te say na mama bi ne yedi nkomo wani mo
yeah
the ordinary Ghanaian a wo te kejetia ordinary Ghanaian o te mokola wo di dwa ne ade no wo kodwa soba but still the living standard no e wo form o keep on a dwindle itino wo di dwa all right but wo hunu say na brabo mu ne ho ehre no na yegusu ayeka se ya no na sa be wura koro hwimi bio na maame bi edisika egune mpaase na me friend say
na
abna pa
your legal system
na afei no Ghana emra wa ha no ye di ato nchen na afei no ya kire ye ho se ye pound penimfo ye se bank na hu hia because ye disika sia boa me yetumi tutu economy ni ye yes say ye sika do kra no ye de gugugu afidie so eni say cry as physical cash na obi a wo ye minister sika we twitwiri die we egune mpaase na enrezi any moral question it ye betumi adi ne tra saa de akọ then we have Galamsey then morally ethically no after the politicians no cry there omu to me ne ho nkomo because obu su say so omu de ho nkomo Galamsey for no beto abetia wo no so on the basis of ethics and morality no say omanfo no afei wo mo dwene ko kan hu ni say ye tnawa ma politicians no ekosora ne ye bedi nkomo say de omu si epe say de omu si hunu no a ye hyebre ene ye kan kro ena wo mo de be gro madam asesebi anaso be gro ya brabo atopre so the basis of your development in ano politicians no overlooked it. Now the health implication of Galamsey, we are doctors who wanted to say Galamsey any impact on a people Womo go through some of Womo some of them even wanted to claim it had no impact on a flow within those territories.
So we have professors who are behaving as if someone goes school that.
With deformities. Na obia no obie phone lines no obi kan na yeso aka che nipa say Ghana Medical Association fa hwemai Ghana Health Services so fa hwemai nti yentumi nyi anu ntum itino and we were there
partisanship
minia you call basic school water must be what odorless colorless tasteless
yeah
we
basic school ni esua sa ade we
na fe na
water na o say me shift gi na me ka say me ha ebetumi fo ko bia me dua say ka me lande I say come land
professor
because you want penny for memu ha basic things yeti anim ye hunu it should tell us where we are ye kum ye man for ye say nipa ye destroy man shebre
and ye party yeska
and there is a party
the party no eso che Ghana me boa party no eso che Ghana so the basis of our thinking I want to say ye gina omanfo no a wo mo edom aban no ene edikanfo no mu no they underestimated the intelligence wo underestimating omanfo no hwehunu ene se bi wo mo nyansa but I will tell you free education say enye hwe kura no a afei no we are having a larger chunk of people wo mo so eco school me boa they are forming knowledge wo mo develop in many ways. Now all your free education mom no secondary school no mu se bi o mu sua nimdie no na nimdie no mo nya no mo fa ye den
it was a free education man knowledge
nimdie no mo fa ye den e so mo de yade papa me bo eno no mu so ye no but thirdly many no can say be very significant bridging sir I wrote a paper with some colleagues free senior high school and quality university education because ya na you free chain no I have free senior high school. I don't have begum dom you abe school, but dom you na eba university. Do no eba university. We have had a lot of them coming to university. We've seen the traffic.
Depend now.
But what check
A
lot of them are coming to university. What check it over the period? What check it? The ratio, lecture student ratio. What check it? What check it? Program will be any class size are scientifically required.
Dr. Let me catch you. There are semesters I teach as many as 1,000 students.
What check it?
Within
what check it? Now what check it? University lecturers do and what classroom? Look, quite interesting. It it will be now party for no be you almost say party will be Kasambufa. What they buy the pemso? Because the reality is that Ghana and and let nobody think say the social media is going to die, because social media influence American election. Now this small country called Ghana. The social media say more radio show. Now TV. Social media will change the equation and the weather.
Yeah.
And I see it yes, because what was doing the trick was also social media.
Prof, maybe I'll do you know. And Dr. Cash, this is for your information. Say a media house is nibi. Cause why partisan agenda, our electronic media be good.
Yeah.
Not social media take over. Because you'll be tuning in now, and your partisans open no correct.
Yeah.
If you look at the voter dynamics, yet now your partisans, NDC in Timenka, MPP in Timenka, now radio stations because we are running agenda. I bet nobody will tune into radio stations.
Yeah.
And that is what the research is. You do a media operator. Yeah, a bit more agenda, and I like probably and the young country media for so. Say, yeah, the agenda. A bit more livelihood, because they say, let's be honest. In fact, the people don't want to hear, but the lives of Trini Jonas will follow exchange and media houses in Ghana.
It's true.
Because
Kevin Taylor follow exchange and media houses in Ghana.
Because we thrown away professional journalism. You're watching.
All right, and Chameko Amanosona Yakoti Professor Bafo Ajimandia, CEO our J Kufo Foundation, and Yabeko Amanoso na Yeneno Aqua could D and Como very soon. But now make how say Dr. Seven Techi, a senior lecturer LKN UST planning department, and Oten in Kano, One Ninia Bema. A friend Professor Samuel Edujemfi, Vice Dean, or Faculty of Social Sciences, LKN UST. Na mekao se unya vena mineral water, and now shebia in Tram, a yensubia, ebeboa papa, in Sony kama, Chesa onoma, a mawakuma toyam kama, a jujobo, ama bibia, echo ye unipeduano emu. Na se odu editre Jim, oko heti Jim noa. Unya venra mineral water nibia ebeboa na afe so se edemuni nyina why busy ana opese ona momonten so a onu munsuo papa na fa omuni mu a eye vena and ebe keep you at your best. Why? A perfect companion emao for a balanced lifestyle. Na ubora shop bia baby etonsu akase vena ena mepe omo pack bako 16 bottles na wom ena omo obi also a 36 ena ewomu na opedudu atunsu a for any chire any supermarket and outlet bia and opedudu atu obetumi for 0322 190877 0322 190877 Vena mineral water, share love, pure refreshing taste. Perfect series ena mekan for ediama wono perfect series and woman no woman bia Otobi ma mofra no makenkan obetumi akonkan pa esanse Ghana Education Service ajatum naka enso approve books no perfect series books every next one ekosi JHS books ni nyina ewo English language for basic 1 ekosi JHS 3 our world our people a free KG1 edukosi basic 6 history of Ghana free basic 1 kosi basic 6 RME a free basic 1 kosi JHS 3 computing a free KG1 kosi basic 6 creative art a free basic 1 kosi a basic 6 science and maths in no shano so say ura any leading bookshop na wape books e de amam mofrano atumi akenkan konkan a make sure so obehwe anim ni akire say a perfect series wonum books no ebia na uborum preschool no so a free next run kosi KG2 omo numeracy language and literacy our world our people creative art phonics computing coloring writing for preschool need akeka JHS for books there egumbe bre science supply examination questions and woman and so ho it is all prepare for mock exam terminal exam midterm exam shano so say perfect series books no and I was say up to e ma front to me kenkan no to me konkan opa dudu atu a fo ani che kumase aputoja omo ban station no odi wani ache boso twekwan no so no tra market na onsa benkum so onsa ebeka eye perfect series books e wo ho abrosan mu ha na udun kran so a shano so say onmo wadan so man first stop momodiana ne perfect series books ni nkoma wa homa yi so 0243 299 938 0243 299 938 and 0540 755 465 0540 755 465 Shano so say my friend dache e wo perfect series e homa no emu Donima Steel Complex Limited and I can for my wono Ebana dance ni oma papa Donima ena benya papa no ewo efi chance de board dance so bit is a tropical long span roofing sheet amortize it strips IBR step tile ena omo color bia opebia na tropical aluzinc any governor standard size sheet and also the aka so ne de yan kan so nyina obenya bi roller shutter gate system any automatic garage doors IDC fie ni mu shops warehouse ni container ni mu no ni nyina Donima na papa na nkasa wo tropical nails me chen na do papa AK carpenter's choice na efini nkumem kona kesiem ni nyina Donima na wo binding wire ni ayo ross nyina no obenya ni nyina bi e Donima Steel Complex Limited Ushia Boss Paper Products Limited ewo kroma shano se Donima your sister company no yani ye Boss Paper toilet tissues no ye extra soft and extra strong kama very hygienic eboa man power bra bosume na kona wie say no kama yani man so afosa fofula fo se utu no watua ana utua na watu tutunika head office was of wife junction ya Bengada Revenue Authority udu tamale so kan vili ya Benkin David junction no ena nkranso kantamantu ya GCB bank tachiman wanchi kwano so kantan na ne yad no bachi fie no still your Donima Steel Complex Limited was 0244 126625 0244 126625 and 0540 101555 0540 101555 Donima dini ya bwa ya beka se home of tropical products na eno so atumi abo ni paduano ye pa ade ama yen komano bebre ho a ye bedi yen nyama ye mu so prof
so the last bit I wanted to touch on no yes in my contemplation na me say ka o share openi ba omia na nka oye driver's mate na enyo no kura city anemu a otwia na say ono nka some form of government on picket team will be fan form aban technically crop only the policy be in terms of so all drive the economy of Ghana on its own apart from so all several as and when only opportunity no we constitution of Ghana no it doesn't give the vice president any power so to speak.
He was not voted for
except for the president or enormous executive powers. Now Mahama was several vice president then served president and he too no it na me assume say it would have made the elections among all the issues no say omu tie openi ba omia message say na oka no me ba me simba be say nanka omo e desegregate na so omo de link no omo yi ne free MPP aban mu it would have kamama story na assistant.
Oh, okay.
Say womo eteni free. Omo teni free MPP aban say Akufo-Addo government.
They were afraid. And so they didn't have the scientific data.
Yes. And so omo it would have been a different story. It share contest in many ways
Inti unim edru baby no mo ka say adentina de mo boni din say ono ye digitalization mo so ono ye na koba no say de nya ne de mo say onye president da.
It unim highlighted by in terms of the research. I say it looks like their campaign is insulting the intelligence of Ghanaians.
Oh, okay.
I say MVP campaign.
I say mo de am for agini bi agro.
And papa there. And one mama pick one quotation from the interview or say, and I quote, if we want somebody to lead digitization, then it's Joe Anoche, who is a computer scientist.
Joe Anoche.
We brought you to deal with the economy. This is a quotation from the
always say so this should have called for a direct confrontation between Baumia and President Akufo-Addo.
But who was to tell him the truth?
Yes, because say if the public had seen say the vice president any man penny were direct confrontation on the economy boot for booter, then they would have taken them serious. But it looked like a subtle way of pushing away. Now in a way acquire say and also preserving the political future, but already it was too late because right? And like the data is saying, what you go to for
another one, Chris, supported the OCAD.
Right.
But I question responsibility and accountability.
Right.
Say a head of economic management who doesn't want to speak on economy. To me, it doesn't reflect that when he becomes the president and something happens, he will take responsibility.
Yes, so for me, the response here is that somebody, and you know, we're in the campaign one, the campaign communication failure many and I'll tell you this, somebody should have been bold to say. You see, it doesn't matter the collateral damage, but it would have saved Baumia's integrity. Say, these are the points, opening Baumia and the finance minister, the Bueni. These are
they were supposed to
whatever happened. These are the pointers, because you see, and Ayana, yes, Rosia kind of crazy. Akufo-Addo will go down history as one of the worst leaders we've had. I'm not talking about performance per se, but leadership. Leadership. Because you see, who vision say who cross your 8-year-old now got 12 years, or call up to 16, 20 and all that. And so we say who legacy be a witchery. That legacy is transparency.
Yeah.
Corruption free government. Aban bi aba obeye bibiu. Aban bi a betumi appointed to some no maybe. But there are some key areas bi a ho ye de giedin. Those areas like corruption obe fele poto. Areas concerning the economy I can want say so. E ho so obe fele poto. E na ba wo me ana. Yes odi mu chiame. Ba ye nyina yetie. We are sure about Omia, na edi adi muchiame. Let's be sincere. Say Ghana economy. And your finance minister, what friend say? Oforiata. And then a cousin. And no, let's be. You see, so there was an internal schism.
But Prof, that is another quotation here.
But
do you mean to say, Edru Bebina say Baumiano Obre?
Not Obre. Baunim the honorable candidate Japan got a lot of strength. Once again, the youth.
Right.
One young person, first time voter said, as Ghana stands now, we are looking for somebody who will bring drastic changes.
Right.
The fact that
a radical type,
the vice president could not stand up to the likes of Kenan shows that he cannot bring that radical change.
It you know. Yanka say conkensia can rollers move nibi. Yanka say as at least you who say something is driving the kind of possibilities no I will claim so between the abano. Extent ben I would to me a challenge, but I'll tell you this. A drew be near to Komosia. I am say you're too distant about common. But Ebia, you cap a chance you
one of the most is so politicians think say academics in the ecoso. It's like that when you show them the data, they tell say, oh, we academic. Are you interested? The politicians feel that almost Ghana as a chain. Not a gas with the AU. Almost 3 weeks or AU. Sunyani area Hong Kong.
Oh, okay.
Because why not? Mr. Diabano, it is how could you?
No wonder Sunyani West. Doma East, Doma West.
But after car 3 being the way goes to the NDC, Mr. Romo. The low voter turnout. It's a clear indication it's a majority of Ghanaians are protesting against your flawed democracy.
Of course.
Charlie, by this time round, rejected ballots.
Even the low voter turnout. And the Democrats said that saying.
Yeah, and the reality, and
we have people in data showing said they are going to vote rejected values.
Tell me, say, and yeah, issue about opening my mind. Let's go into some politics, kakra. Because
I can break.
Okay.
Mama, I want to take 102.9. Madame, who about kakra? Na me cow say, and now be a stress free. What you say? Stress free. Sister spices, and also Obama Diama Osaka. 100% natural. Made by sister food producer of sister mackerel. Unye bi ebebo pa nti say ope aye flavors no e de aye onuane omo goat flavor, omo fish flavor, chicken flavor, stew flavor, beef flavor nyina omo bi e wo aye sister spices. Ni omo de sister spices nyina aye natural. And e bre ni ho a wo de kofa asanka no ne ade ayo ano e de akotwu kukuru make bi na oti abrosan so. Sabre no ana wo ba betwitwitwi aye hwentia no ne kakaduro ni ade e bre no ni ho sa enu tina sister spices aka ne omani nyina bom aye ne kama aye natural wa preserving the kama. In fact, wa packaging so kama so no additives. Aye natural. It is open the other bay a year udwan kwan aponchen kwan ni ade oh yeah aduane e fish kwan na me fish flavor ho chicken de so e wo ho fry na wo ya fry flavor enso e wo ho beef na wo ya beef flavor enso e wo ho na mo hye no sister spices obenya bi atu ana opedudu atu akumase ha edum pampa so obenya bi na PZ Roman Hill Swami Market Bantman nyina no odi wani kire ho a obenya sister spices no mani bi na odi wani kire nkran so a CNB ho obenya bi na okanshi dwakase anim obenya sister spices no mani bi e wo ho obetumi ne sister spices edi nkomo e wo 0243 535 025 0243 535 025 and 0279 140 940 0279 140 940 na otumi ene wonum edi enkomo medame ho abasisia
OTEC 102.9 FM, the pride of Ashanti.
Don't pass out our new just momo it. What bread supermarket line what too much. Chanu momo and a feel so chat him. Said you who are also with now now so. Just momo it. I feel build us out Tiano. I know you my phone now. Just momo it. Yadia nije coffee. Yadia mabusia for. Just momo it. A crime baby how bet me use MTN momo wallet. Ubet you the tracker. I will use scan to pay. And now ube use merchant ID. And now on bank POS terminals. I face ubet you their transfer sika every mobile money wallet. I go bank account and vice versa. Nina or MTN Momo so. And enjoy convenience no. Our financial transaction with MTN Momo. Just Momo it.
MTN.
Dr. Time Dasso. Minya udeni. We kikim.
Abna na we ya yaro fa here.
Midimo for Herbal Clinic. Asani nyina.
Midimo for Herbal Clinic. Dr. Time Dasso.
Me ko ho a wonum hwehwe me mu. Eye me diagnosis no.
Dey be ya ka diagnosis.
Eno bi. Ena ose me bra yawe no bekokra enumpo ena hwim yawe no etuafu me widie mu a me beko Central Market akoton me nioma yi o wasi be ma stroke no so eko
hwe eho sei wo bi ntra wheelchair mu emia mfa no nko emu san fa no yade emebio apart from stroke yare a otumi sa ne ntem kra no awo so wotelete se oba wo hia wo na Dr. Tam da so ebehwe wo a charge no kra wo nyi sika no age se nyinsa na bawie ansa na wagye ne sika enam so wagye ne hudie enti osanya penis enlargement wo ye bema na wo bema no so a wudru horma wo ma wodro 5 days na hyase pagya mu ebe pagya ni mu a kozi se wankasa sasa wo pɛ na fa wagya dro no fa malaria hepatitis B na wasa diabetes hypertension prostate ani yare nkae no eye no kokokra
Medimafo Herbal Clinic Dr. Time Dasso
owo abuakwa agogo Copas last stop wo yare afre na ko 0244 774282 and 0245 616336
Medimafo Herbal Clinic
Udimafo no hwa
Hey, Opani, Mashusha watch. Sir, perfect series books here. Oh, my, go to be mamma mano. Oh, Jajai. Abua wamo say what to make in kind kama. What cabrofo. Wow. Nankunta walk ready. A Jajai.
Wonderful. Miss Ghana for GIG perfect series. At 2 more dear. Jai.
All right, Abusia, Electoral Commission headquarters, Omatnase, inti yabe join live feed no, ewo aye Electoral Commission na yetie die ekoso.
Kia oforibo atin.
Let us bow our heads and pray. Heavenly Father, you have said in your word that many are the plans of men, but it is the counsel of the Lord that will stand. We thank you, Lord, that you have spoken in our nation today. It is our prayer that as you have commanded us, that it is you that establishes leaders, that you will pour out your mercy and your grace on all of us as a nation, on our leaders. We thank you, Father, for this time where we declare what you have spoken. We ask, Lord, that your presence be with us. May the words of our mouths and the meditation of all our hearts be pleasing and acceptable to you. O Lord, you are our strength.
OTEC 102.9 FM, the pride of Ashanti. OTEC 102.9 FM, the pride of Ashanti. OTEC 102.9 FM, the pride of Ashanti. OTEC 102.9 FM, the pride of Ashanti.
All right, Yegusua, Yehese, Yebenya feed no Ediama sound no na right from a year coalition center, a year easy as you hono. I think the sound no article e honum. Inti ye boy homodia se ye de a year sound no ebeka ho Edia Brel. Na obetumi monitor process no so ewo Facebook no so live. OTEC 1029 FM, OTEC 1029 FM on Facebook on sa ebeka feed no ewo ho. Ye hear animo say sound no ebetumi apop in na ye bi Edia to mediama. Doc, enya bete. Around this time no, I don't know, it looks as if it be a fan normal, you know. But at the end of the day, minimum say we are. I pray, but the enable boba answer na me be no. We are likely to have 1 or 2, 3 court issues as far as the parliamentary is concerned.
The system should deal with it. That's
why.
But the message union especially. Why we union and why we lose. Union in such a way say obi be safe.
Yeah.
Especially and stay. It's important that you stay alive for the nation.
Very necessary.
Political party they be back, but you
necessary.
have to be alive. It's your best. Especially Asante Memo.
Yeah, sure.
We are making sure say be very necessary. Or life and safety are important.
Papa.
And the best rest of be attack government installation be.
Dear Coco Swede.
Oh yeah, they are buying
Japade.
So party beside this guy akwa and anti.
All right, okay, so say Asaba back. All right.
And the director of USAID is also here. I would like to introduce another commission member, Ms. Ajua Isiama Abrefa. And now I go to the executive commissioners. At the high table, we have Deputy Chair in charge of Corporate Service, Dr. Bosman Eric Asare. Deputy Chair in charge of Operations, Mr. Samuel Tete, is also here with us. And the Chairperson, the Returning Officer, Mrs. Jane Adukwe Mensah, is here. In addition, I would like to acknowledge some few people here. Reps of the National Peace Council, representative of domestic observer groups. I can see Mr. Ayin here, the National Coordinator of CODIO, reps of other international observers, members of both local and international press and media houses. Shall we see your hands? The local and international press houses with us. And last but not the least, I would like to acknowledge the supporting staff, members of the security services, as well as the members of the ambulance services that were able to come on short call. Thank you very much for coming. And now, the reason why we are here. I have the singular honor to cede the podium. I have the singular honor to cede the podium or the mic to the chairperson of the Electoral Commission and the returning officer for the presidential elections, Madame Jane Mensah.
Should I go to the podium? Let's go to the podium.
A good evening to all of you, our distinguished guests. To God be all the glory. Great things he has done and greater things he will do. We thank the good Lord for making it possible for us to witness this day. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been 48 hours since the close of polls on Saturday, the 7th of December 2024. The voters of Ghana have spoken. They have expressed their choice at the polls, and that choice will today be upheld by the Electoral Commission of Ghana. As a commission, we have fulfilled our vowed aspiration to imbibe transparency, accountability, inclusiveness, and responsiveness at the heart of all our operations. And I can confidently say that with the help of God, we have fulfilled these aspirations and the expectations of the citizenry. We have conducted elections that are credible, fair, transparent, and peaceful. Elections that have expressed, elections that have ensured that the will of the people as expressed at the polls, the elections that have guaranteed that every vote counts. As a country, we take pride in the fact that our electoral processes, initiated since 1992, uphold and guarantee the voter's choice. We take pride in the fact that the voter's choice, as expressed at the polls, is sacrosanct. Ladies and gentlemen, the last 4 years have been spent in injecting and infusing 4 key elements into every aspect of our work. And those elements are transparency, accountability, responsiveness, and inclusiveness. As such, we started the year poised and ready to conduct credible elections. We were conscious that elections were an event and not a process. This resolve led us to undertake several transformational decisions, include reprinting, re-exhibiting of the provisional voters register for the first time in our history, when concerns were raised about its credibility, as well as opening up the IPAC meetings to the citizenry by allowing the live coverage of all IPAC meetings. Indeed, the decisions to re-exhibit the provisional voters register to allow a further review by political parties and the citizenry, as well as the demystification of the IPAC meeting, has helped diffuse the tensions that were brewing around the provisional voters register. Ultimately, those 2 decisions restored the confidence of the citizens in the voters register and cemented Ghana's peace. Again, in the spirit of responsiveness, when complaints were made about the 50 pesos charged voters for the verification of their registration details online, the Commission waived the fee and allowed voters to verify their details at no cost. In line with our determination to ensure the credibility of the 2024 election, when the Commission received information of the leak of a single defaced ballot paper, the Commission acted swiftly and destroyed ballots for both Western and Eastern regions. This bold determination and this bold decision was based on our determination to uphold the integrity of the election at all costs. In less than 1 week, the Commission printed new ballot papers for both regions and went on to successfully hold the special voting 2 days ahead of the main election. As a Commission, our singular message to our teams at all levels has been clear. It is that our mandate is not to make anyone a president or a member of parliament, but rather to conduct and undertake credible, and transparent elections and electoral processes which uphold the voters' choice and lead to acceptable and peaceful electoral outcomes. Today, our resolve has paid off. We have conducted elections that are fair, elections that are free, elections that are credible, elections that are transparent, elections that are peaceful, and elections whose outcomes are acceptable by all. So transparent are processes that any interested political party, media house, or citizen could collate with near precision the results of the election, attest to the resilient and robust processes built over the years. And we witnessed this with the consent of the Vice President even before the declaration of the results by the Electoral Commission. Ladies and gentlemen, the testimonies on election day also attest to the efficient, robust, and resilient processes we put in place. Many citizens testified to the seamless processes they witnessed at the polling stations. The average time spent at the polling station was around 5 minutes compared to several hours and several minutes prior to the 2020 election. Citizens also attested to the efficiency of the biometric voter devices, the biometric verification devices employed to ensure that every man has one vote. The system worked efficiently and ensured that the voter who registered was indeed the person who voted. We are confident that the 2024 election will further cement trust in our electoral processes and reduce the suspicions that typically characterize elections on the continent. At this juncture, I would like to thank all of you who journeyed with us to ensure the success of the 2024 election. To our staff, both permanent and temporary, we say, Ayiko, you have worked hard, put in long hours, plowed the field, and done the spade work at the risk of your own lives to bring us a successful outcome. Our hearts go out to our staff who were manhandled during this time. We wish you well, and we ask the good Lord to bless all of you. To our media partners who have journeyed with us and enabled us to bring the commission to the doorstep of every Ghanaian, we say thank you. To the Ghana Police Service and to our partner, the National Peace Council, we say Ayiko. We thank all of you, the good citizens of Ghana, who have believed in us and allowed us to serve you. To our dear families and friends who have journeyed with us every step of the way, we thank you for your support, your prayers, your encouragement, and your advice. We are conscious that we could not have achieved this success without the help of the Almighty God, our anchor, without whom we could have done nothing. We remain eternally grateful, and I say thank you, Jesus. To all our observers from the ECOWAS, from the African Union, from the OTEC, from the Commonwealth Secretariat, from the West Africa Elders Forum, supported by the Good Luck Jonathan Foundation, from the National Peace Council, from CODEO, from the Association of African Election Authorities, from the European Center for Election Systems, from International IDEA, from Manso Institute, IDEG, and to electoral commissioners from election management bodies in Africa, namely Uganda, Gambia, Kenya, Liberia. We say thank you for your support. We wish you all Godspeed back home. As a returning officer for the presidential election and in fulfillment of my mandate as enshrined in law, I will now declare the outcome of the 2024 election. It is important to note that per Regulation 63.3 of the 1992 Constitution of Ghana, the winner of the presidential election must obtain at least 50% plus 1 at the polls to be declared the winner of the election. We have collated the presidential results from all 16 administrative regions, of which 267 of the 276 constituencies have been captured. We have not been able to receive results from 9 constituencies because our offices have been besieged by political party supporters, making it impossible to complete the collation process. That notwithstanding, the presidential results from the 267 constituencies, including the newly created Guan constituency, clearly established the winner of the 2024 presidential election. Simply put, even if all the votes from the 9 constituencies were added to the candidate who placed second, it will not change the outcome of the election. It is important to note that the Commission will update the records on receipt of the presidential results from the 9 outstanding constituencies. Ladies and gentlemen, now to the results of the 2024 presidential election. And the results will be announced based on the positions of the presidential candidates on the ballot. Mahamudu Bawumia of the NPP obtained 4,657,304, being 41.61%. Of the GCPP obtained 16,673, being 0.15%. Christian Kwabena Andrews of the Ghana Union Movement obtained 16,461, being 0.15%. Kofi Apalu of the LPG obtained 5,219, being 0.09%. Mohamed Frimpong of the National Democratic Party obtained 4,413, being 0.04%. Nana Akosua Frimpong of the CPP obtained 23,397, being 0.21%. Mr. John Dramani Mahama of the NDC obtained 6 million. Let me take that again. Mr. John Dramani Mahama of the NDC obtained 6,328,397. And I'd like to repeat that. Mr. John Dramani Mahama of the NDC obtained 6,328,397, being 56.55%. Mr. Hassan Ayariga of the APC obtained 17,461, being 0.16%. Mr. Kofi Kranting, independent candidate, obtained 3,320, being 0.03%. Mr. George Tumberima Edu, independent candidate, obtained 3,091, being 0.02%. Nana Kwame Biediaku, independent candidate, obtained 84,478, being 0.05%. Mr. Alan Kojo Tremanting, independent candidate, obtained 31,202, being 0.28%. the total valid votes cast add up to 11,191,422. Total rejected votes 239,109. Total votes cast 11,430,531. It's important to mention that the total registered voters add up to 18,774,159. And the percentage voter turnout based on the 267 constituencies stands at 60.9%. 60.9% based on the 267 constituencies. And as I mentioned, this does not include the 9 constituencies whose results we are yet to receive. Ladies and gentlemen, as mentioned earlier, results from the 9 constituencies are still as outstanding. The 9 constituencies are Ewutu Senya East, in Sawam, Aduajiri, Akwetia, Suhum, Techiman South, Domi Kwabenya, Ablekuma North, Ahafo Anon North, and Damango. The total registered voters in all 9 constituencies add up to 947,116. In the event that all the valid voters from the 9 constituencies above voted for the candidate who placed second, the total number of votes he would garner would be 5,604,420, representing 46.17% of the total valid votes, which would have been 12,138,538. The inclusion of the outstanding constituencies would have given the leading candidate 52.13%, which is still greater than the 50% plus 1 required to be declared a winner. And so even with that scenario, he's clearly the winner of the 2024 election. In the light of the above, ladies and gentlemen, I have the singular honor as the returning officer of the 2024 presidential election to declare His Excellency John Dramani Mahama as the winner of the 2024 presidential election and the President-elect of the Republic of Ghana with a total percentage of 56.55%. Congratulations, sir. It is finished. Thank you very much. slight issue with the percentage for Mr. Kofi Apalu. His percentage is zero. The percentage you obtained is 0.05%. And that of Mr. Nana Kwame Bediako is 0.75%. Nana Kwame Bediako 0.75%. Thank you.
President-elect for the Republic of Ghana. Enti every sabre on transition period na muna ya wono enti oh yeah
president no lem dak say lem dak kire say ogwahombo aso okofie enti no eni se
bia ni bibia da bia
on start say sanya say bia wo be ye no aye say akosane agreement bi contract sabre we yenye sa no mani na bi
na agreement dey yetiti bebre say
yenye sa no mani
omo declare we a obesensan bi
yenye sa no mani bi
this want to me say
and we investor be careful.
We lame that. O ko yes and we are president no ba be reverse.
No ni asem no.
Investor be very careful.
Also very careful.
Rather our advice your hasi to for.
Unya Santiago kan.
Rather
o say by distance investors na sumoma no omo hwe de eko. But now be careful.
Yeah, and engaging the incoming and that goes back to more we invested. That is why research is important.
Yeah. Wow.
If you are on a Prof Kasaya, you know where it is going. In fact, we had the chance of talking to several investors. They will ask you be a honest opinion.
Yeah.
Who say academician will advise this amount for Juman Koso. There was any Makoso. No one honest opinion. Say they're going to prepare watching. And that is now no. I was with Juman Koso, and that is it. It's what it is. Congratulations to NDC.
Congrats to
and for me
president elect.
Dr. Kasaro, say me papa and now when did you?
Oh, what are you?
Opinion di.
Papa Fugu MBB Fugu Academy. Yes, why a chawa no.
Over to me a shed ya kobanga ko yi.
4 years or make me sound.
That's why. Prof Dr. Kasi Didi.
Oh, on feel free. Me let's say me Didi.
Ghana
na
present.
Dr. Gas.
Big time pa.
Yeah, congratulations NDC for your best sir. As ante mine Ghana the enu for.
Sure.
It yeah jubilate no. Yes, say mo bi antiobi. Oh, the akoso no. O ye NDC near shase fair futu.
Sure.
Mature has said be careful with the silence of the Ghanaian. Ghanaians do not pull the bullet, they pull the ballot.
Sure.
Internet what by win ya careful. If you said the Wusi Nante, said the old Casa, said you'll be a celebrity, and don't go to me lose vote.
Results near Poo, and pay our maso bia. Young maso bia results
now position 8 years. What's about
what
does it mean?
The MPP I'm from near they could have ruled this country for 25 years. Looking at this results, MPP for 2 mobile, NDC for 2 mobile. No more Senior, Lydia Chepa.
Oh, you don't mean it.
Some time ago on this station, I said something. Say, if they get their politics right, countrywide. They are the party.
Why on the Rollins DNB?
Wow.
It some year cautious. Na
irrespective of the candidate they might present.
Who say Ghana for the result? So when President Anado won the election, trust me, that day of the election, Prof me free. Me far plane from Vancouver Airport, and I'm do Pearson Airport. Ni another flight na ema. You do Addis Ababa and a bear house see, and then the free Johannesburg joining and now flight na ema.
Wow.
On the day of the election of Nanado 2016, it's from Addis Ababa to Kotokana flight na ema.
Wow.
It's sometimes now mo yen maybe I may catch them hunter. I'm out for him that trust her.
Sure.
Yeah, the man President Mahama. President
Nanado.
People did not know.
Sure.
Me share that time 11 a.m. I do Ghana. Nani pay better aba.
Today we are talking about
redemption. And if MVP stayed focused, as you say, and Kenya story in here, they messed up. And that is why Mr. Amount for nobody should blame your mom and your papa mom Ashanti region.
No way.
The disrespect was too much.
No way.
Mo biam bele mo bia and a man got to aba and the pamacho.
Yeah, a drew baby, yes, I am for crown, sorry. We drew out or not sorry.
This were and I SMBP.
Oh, say, a drew baby,
and people were quiet.
So I'm sorry.
So
look, I'm a historian, I'm in TB crowd da. So I'm penny to me catch or
Nana
sorry.
You bought national anthem, you to me. Obi man ko catch na say I'm sorry but na obaba ejina on chain no receive phone call was the national anthem is on going
and Ghana ni sika kura na respect the farmer no and that is why Ghana ni sika Ghana ni respect Ghana ni na comment no say the audio aduane be man kura catch say aduane ndi or better come Ghana for ebu omo and that is what most politicians
that
say
integrity
Ghana ni don't all your politicians is hard na say
Mame kwa Prof Omra. All right, Prof. Afi abedu the segment, so let's look at the message, the messenger, and the machinery.
It Usha, you know, your friend say it is possible na ejina breaking the 18 so. The message of possibility so translate into say ibetumi esi Ghana dache, but contradiction so.
Okay.
Adentina anya possible within your 8 years. It's a critical question now. Evolve now. I only say so many contradictions, but notwithstanding the contradictions, no. Adeba kwa na ye clear. Me o makume muni say. Nanka openino o manfo no ebe hunu no say. Owo nimdie. Owo suehunu a obetumi di aboa Ghana. Enu nti no enka wo mo be chinwe free akopeni akofado. Na wo mo ahe ono so. Na womo edino edi abata openi mahama na omunya contest today we realize say omanya ne sa womo lampo ono openi akufado any MPP aban their pluses and minuses and the years are contest we and it shows say the people are interested in a government that delivers, not a government that has colorful messages per se. Abanya utumidi anu ye de brenko for nya abanya onimbrofo kan. Bre bi ne ye program bi wa. Mene mpenifo bi ne ye program bi wa Saturday is anopa. Okay.
Yeah.
Na me ye kan semu bi bra openi akofo adu wini ye. Ese brofo no doso. Na brofo ye ni ya kan kofo bi anti ase.
Fellow Ghanaians.
Eno no ento nam ento ko bi ento momoni se bi. Ghana for
but on this time round Osha Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia Mahama omo nyina bibi ombeko bia this election cheap party
ana make intino make say Osha na muntu a edwuma oye ya make na platform bi say papa no e rolling his sleeves oye edwuma den kokoden itino did he have a message? I believe say digitalization someone work kan ya de ni nyina
yeah
a message me did say omanfo etie so mante because na ensesa enioma omawuni say MPP aye no na entumi entwem the shortcomings what MPP mu and enioma wo aye as a government and sonkofo ne message no entumi ankotwem because omutie message na mpede omutie mu na kofu ado anim follow what make can say omutie ba omia bo mpede omutie kofu ado mu nanim.
Okay.
The people were appalled by the leadership of Upini Akufo-Addo. And if we allow another MPP government to come again, are they not going to continue, trying to separate himself from Akufo-Addo? No, Nankofobi fee say Oba Akufo-Addo aban obeto aso because he's going to serve his master, so to speak.
Okay.
Because Akufo-Addo ya proyebi need to be by krani adia, enya dia or no ba omi abetumi aka. Enya dia openi ba omi abetumi a resolve. Enya dia say what about say on kasa so ne such corruption mu so be say the NDC for argue no, so it was difficult for me to the link no from the corruption tax or the ma MPP ni ade in many ways no o pulling who this way no mo piano back. Then you ask the question, say, could there have been a viable person or then a better running? Said I said it time and again. He said, I will come out when Vice President Baumia chooses the running mate. Choosing upon a moon, say power outages. The moon is a power outage. Abanwana Meka say they should script him. Yana Mekai.
Oh, okay.
Yana Meka asked him, say, yes, script.
Why this?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Say
the scripting of him.
I say you follow politicians, you know. Say him do more, yeah. Now politics, no, and found a crutch in near we, and this you now. Would you crowd anymore? Oh, and you're meant to me see
communication.
And you're meant to me see, who to me charge crowd, no, who to me charge it. Would you have bomb? I bet to know. To share temperament,
and the bomb started right from day no I born in and
make us some no swans and okojina bonte. Make us it was all over Google Abu. What do Google is here?
It goes back to the science. You hear Brappen here, said a Brappen here. No, yeah, appointed no here managers, no here speech writers, oh here or more. We see oh here manager. So, and that is where the party a little bit failed. It was a bomb for the ball, Brappen, by a bony dear. Never said a prophet can. Prophet, if you are responsible for a script, to not bet you in the speed, the okay can be even acceptance speech.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how brilliant you are. American leaders in here, you're prepared. Sure, I'll tell you this. So, who follow American election? Who follow the year? Pablo say, Camilla, not on shed down, yes, strong, sir. She was only packaged to have a certain face. It would or not say to me, so Busan question be critical to me, lock it. Oh, now, Basana, Enna, blame now, I don't hip life artist. Because, say, your package, you know, and they did well, except to say, over there too, no, the middle class in America, no, our move felt rejected, and the woke culture, no, is what got her out or not to win the election. To Baha, the first a bomb or 2 years was against Kwame Nkrumah. Now say one or two train Western region, so yeah, way when Western region vote, no,
yeah,
but check what I'm check my data. Western region vote, no, when they call it. When MPs no when they call it. It's a young confor say kasa na okai no enye nsunsu aso bia ba ha ebe chirem mama manfo ate ase sa bo no to bo krom
once again party communicate enye bibia na ye defend. One of the things I'm matching my students and they say how cry you remain silent. Dr. Cash
now bra
could be I am from the poor mini pay. Assemble, I decide to keep quiet.
Yeah.
And you be a children say the powerful. Be a party communicates be defended.
Oh, and now, what's also a step up, ye baby, and I met him so ha.
Okay.
And now, what should I say? The greatest president, and I said,
yes, that comparison no was.
In fact, we share a crum ha, any Ashanti region. Ashanti region. I mean, you see, young, I say, one, young president for both NDC and MPP.
It's true.
I'm telling you this. And the man has gained a certain credence. Now, Kufado, your friends and family. Now, to me, the same piece. So, I pass the comments. Kufado, there. It's already no. Woman know I'm say, but this guy was provoking the internal party system. No, because I know provoke him eventually because not until the Oyasi was staging so. Yeah. Now I'll tell you this. Say woman and share communication here. Say they won't come on. The next 4 years, never your margin say one better to Ayampia better war against the NDC. Not NDC concentrate and deliver what we call the public good. New manua or man for share. Say woman sabekano through the social contract. Part no yama omo na MP before the year Ayampia 20 at 10 year and inchinuwe no more prepare woman to provide the MPP the kind of leadership I require, the kind of reconciliation here in Kabomu here. Because me can say sa break no by from 2016 nemu year dempa no 2012 obanina but 2016 nemu year dempa okay Paula winter ni afoko no ne kwam ne Japan no issues ni yeah narratives I issue ni na yeah one analysis ni na ɛyɛ nkɔfoɔ sɛ atwam nyame ada ma yɛsi mu akyɛ kakra ɛma yɛni mu nada me yɛ sa so nada sa ɛbi ɛbɛti ayɛ wɔ fa kora
effect of the communication they play so much role
it no hwɛ sɛdeɛ papa yɛ ni bere ne ho so oyi nkɔfoɔ bi afiri mu ne ade nkɔfoɔ a internal party competitive election ɔmo awini wotumi yi ɔmo firi mu
yɛwɔ government
really
your government appointee
Paula winter ni afoko no
okay
to be free bi mo internal yanum and that was a name that the government appointee used on his face social media handle
it no openi ba omia no wa ban ne mu asoma ban na som o my Ghana na so no kwasema ese ka ne say or message no you say oton a ebe danso e de afa efri de opani akufo ado aye ho nanso eye den se obetumi aton no atwe ne ho e de efri opani akufo ado ho e na onya running mate sa running mate no so no entumi am compliment. I said two things. I said say Ashanti region is becoming cosmopolitan. Historically no Asante embrace nipa ahodo bebre but o share population no opa mama was dynamics no o was dynamics all the constituencies no dynamics no e beginning to have the outlook of aswasia all the constituencies now no say e beginning to become highly cosmopolitan enya nipa ahodo begumu te say aswase chemistry no awo no we begin to see say the MPP parliamentarians no start to lose seat. In the meantime, no many researcher all doing common idea no pointed towards say independence between France and it's possible.
We actually predicted 5. And I call about 5. It's surprising. Yeah. Go 5 for the canal car. I'm saying no shot.
3.
They predicted around 5. But it looks like it has exceeded the 5. But only 5 for no catch will be also no Ashanti region and possible. It got to a point now my wife class say I mean can be because it looks like not a weird MOB once again say possible.
Yeah. I said it on TV say
possible.
I said it on TV say Kumasi, including Greater Kumasi, is stretching up to Offenso as we are going.
Yeah.
The chemistry of your traditional communities in Idani.
Exactly.
And Uncle for a highly literate now. School, have interaction
and very descending.
Almost descending now.
But we chase production or ye.
It no.
I'm a man for who said China 40. Kwakuchase production.
Yeah.
The number can't say who steady Kwakuchase or steady her. No, steady her. That alone is so educative, sir. And Mobi encore China that.
Yeah.
Unim so be it my railways underground. Also Kumasi a crown to
me. And I have to walk park some coin. Oh, it no. Fundamentally no usha baby a gine penny pejotina kakra wa mama come
that's around ya mama around
you see and yes but baby a the meaning say baby a to me wo esika wo and yes so be shim into my go free me nsam
sure
but see and no na me one
now with a huge margin and I can say to
in the history of Ghana
I tell you
it will share the Kenya Brana Kofonia Omagin so
map on the tour now
some time ago
look at this
this is
even Ashanti no
this was my prediction more than a year ago
this
was my prediction more than a year ago.
And I'm only interested.
Hey, and I will tell you this. Make a bribi. Even in Ashanti region, when you begin to hear Kwame Mensah as the general secretary of the NDC in the region, what Ata Menu over time, I also be green. Ashanti region should be green.
Really?
I said it. I predicted it about 2 years ago. Say Ghana will be much greener. Hey, where do you? Ask me to go for buy. Because me say when they get the Asante, it was on TV. They are almost the 27th anniversary.
I woke up this morning. I saw this. I said, "Wow."
Now we invest in Asante region.
na omo ebiem so I said it no
more even 4 years ago.
Yeah, but no more anniversary. So it was on TV. I don't want to mention the network. And I can say once public when he said the NDC is not suspicious of Asante, they will win election throughout. There's no way they
go pick a running mate.
Yes, invest non pick running mate. This outcome they will consolidate their gains. Possibly flag bearer cry is possible. It's even possible.
Oh yeah,
it's even possible.
Yeah,
but you see, this is me did say before but let me tell you this. This is what is happening in Ghana.
But
you had money, you had power. No, may analysis be I'm say share regions no be Bono, Greater Accra, Central, what I refer to as a flirting allegiance. Your kingmakers. Say ya trimp na ko wom there be
development this year 8 A's inquire apply for KNUST Medical School over 600. It KNUST man for 8 A's winning and entrance exams. It means that people had 8 A's on personal medicine when to back KNUST. Now I'm saying then why don't you build a medical school?
Right.
How will you know? Now converted the Brown Teaching Hospital into a modern So University of Ghana phase 2 now the choir. Saying how they can restore be So Olympic Stadium now Accra already congested. I've written research papers on this. I argued you don't build the Olympic Stadium again in Accra. Say keep out the bus by this time the results have converted. Because the BA people vote based on development. On development on file. And the grounds were showing say the BA MPP lose. Then Oscar Accra Sports Stadium or Hodada. No one build the Olympic Stadium in Greater Accra.
I remember 2 months ago before the election, make a program B. Make a program B was your friend saying Ignatius Bafo who am persuasive Sunyani West. I was there. We drew me year round.
Oh, no,
me year round Kakran. So Bafo, where you are here?
Yes.
What is happening?
Oh. Now time I near Nam Yamfo and the whole thing is even campaign strategy.
No wonder Sunyani West.
Yeah, oh yeah. Ya and I'm saying no, you need visible projects. For example, I am a mechano, you could change you ne at the Kotu Buzia, but me and fat person say you know.
Now you know Nancy Wako.
Oh, well,
no transformation.
Who
drew us to see a cry and can't just say you know cry.
Oh. You were just changing the names, but let's make NDC for now. Say Mahama Moye incompetent, you know. Mahama Mills, who the Omusi wo I like that
you has.
Oh, so if you want to consolidate, you need to. Now let me pick Adeba Kwameka. Yeah, KNUST medical school industry in room. A stronghold medical school. The teaching hospital that's room.
Yeah. A key area.
Now, Akuma baby Omusi local government university, no. How class they lost.
Now, let me say the concept in it also. What was the science that informed Sa University now? It's science. You have to look at it. What was the need of the people?
So me who project na business an
what was the science?
The question I ask myself is
but there won crophobia almost your research team no mo ha CJ umbetena ya as research be non present find what was the science. Now by virtue of the Legon hospital no Prof, are you surprised that for the first time NDC won at Legon? Now so tianye no mo be nyame boa no be KNUST dey na.
Yeah.
Evidently.
Yeah. The people there are seeing what is going on, and so massively now a protest vote to tell the MPP say, "Dear my idea, me brasim, the extent of confidence for repose opinion for adumuno, na extraordinary." Said you see Kasa kind of bluff we win anonymous say or your man or your flawless or corruption when you say any idea. Na Sabria ye kase o shed ye or no one kasa ni fief winya. sa awreshemu o manfo nya wono mu no sa awreshemu no se apepa dia adetire se sankofo na sori koto aba e de man party a wono enso ye key stakeholder sa time we for ye key stakeholder it no government no election we akoso no e kire how abysmal government ni performance yeah that is one so wo omanfo kire say aban no dwumedi a wodi ye so obu oman no nkontaa no omo aboka omo man na aboka e wo ni mpuntu mu ama man na aboka e wo ni hyebere mu sabre ya yetimu nti no sa feedback no man for dey kire wo no se wo mo esusu se nye omo hunu sa feedback wei no wo bonkro we kire atobo keke dia ba park so a party no beso mugu no.
So do you foresee say NPP ever reset it party no?
Yes. So, yes, possibly in many ways, you know. In many ways, and there are two things. There are two prescriptions. And this one would take up in Yakufadu view and any agents in a serious view. They should find ways of silencing them. The agents.
And the party should not be moved by money.
Also, they shouldn't take Akufado serious.
And then the agents, no.
Agents need to say who I
mean,
you know them. Make agent.
Save my
Oh, okay.
Silencing them. Say your man who view say Ghana. You say democracy we consolidate. Yeah, my uncle for we chance.
But do you feel say Akufado control party need to?
Oh yes, that's what he did. Look, there were two people who did the same thing, including Mahama.
It wasn't the Idi Amin style, but.
No,
the autocratic nature of
directly the guy is autocratic. I said it. I said he's a democratic dictator. Google me 2016.
Oh, okay.
But Prof, do you also think, sir?
Prof,
you
also reset party, no?
Yes, exactly. Because you see, it's not bad leadership. That's the point I'm trying to make. In the person of Openia Akufo-Addo, I render bad leadership to the MPP.
So the can some call other members on board.
Yes, all other members, including Afranto. Everybody,
as soon as possible.
Everyone. Share my country. Also, Afranto performance no ever form, but there are still protest vote. Anchor to Amaba because of Afranto, even though they will not vote for Afranto.
Some also voted for the NDC because.
Yes, some also voted for the NDC. So what I say. Well, so let us not only look at Afranto figures.
But notwithstanding, Chadaya deal.
Chadaya.
And you rejected ballot then Chadaya third force.
Chadaya. If you don't call if you don't call now, I'm side 200.
Rejected. A lot of people voted for.
If you don't call vote,
yeah,
as rejected. If you don't call.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right.
And I was saying,
Charlie, but Thomas 84,478. Why?
And other guys rejected. Need be a protest too. Some intentionally voted for Ekwadon. So I disagreed with the EC say or counter Ekwadon then as rejected.
Yeah.
As a researcher,
yeah.
I was interested in how many people
were ready to vote for the dead. I find analysis.
It would have been my necromantic ritual analysis. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Say the part of those say I voted for the dead. Then you will be able to know how risky the democracy no.
Oh, okay.
And you see, my brother said something earlier. Say the other leg, you know, say for confidence in the democracy, you know. Able to me away on the side, especially on the side of the MPP, their confidence in the ideals of democracy as a development banner. I challenge because here to make the MPP from 1992. Trying to bring transparency into our electoral process. Ebua say Ghana Mpunto say the MPP is democratic. They have democratic credentials because it's a good for Dubai. As a democratic dictator. That's the term I used for him. When you Google, you'll find it. One fact checking. But on my date, no one say so that people will know say we are doing fact checking. And I'm a card then. But of farmer no one can share a man for the kind so that they will know say I said this 2015. Oh, can I say so that they will know? Yes,
okay. I see Akufo-Addo is a democratic dictator. Okay, Dr. Edu Jemfi.
That time I'm a professor. 2015.
And today, Dr. Edu Jemfi.
2015. Oh, after that, come on, you know, MP.
Story no. Making 22nd December 2015. Probably a bit you have 21st. And I story na 22nd. And I story no buy. Ah, Eddie Brunyam now throw away.
And
I'll can't wait.
And you're reporting.
Eddie Brunya.
Can't wait.
Not a guy.
I said, Brunya, press one so that you have no dinkum.
No, no. But we didn't know woman to do.
I said, that to Brunya Mushumi.
21st idiot. No thing. And I can't wait.
But dog, they are red marks.
Yeah.
I think the NDC should listen to some of us. Maybe I say, said Nyansen and quiet.
Yeah.
But near maybe one can be tea and carry and see. Doc, may I worry with the turnout? The turnout clearly shows that once again, confidence among for the 2 men MPP are winning. And now NDC will do us a favor if Omoye Nieme to restore confidence in our democracy. So almost about business as usual, there will be a big problem.
Nepotism.
Yes, some about business as usual. Yeah, Fumska.
Yeah, Fumska. Midiminua by Biasha.
Our democracy will die.
Our
democracy will die.
And
the NDC should know, sir. And also, MPP's restoration is so important for our democracy.
Sure, very important.
And the chief minimum the Prof. Amak recommendation, I agree with him. And Alana Tenahon, you enjoy our pettiness, no? You build a party with numbers.
But the messenger and the message won't count.
Okay, my message is free.
Yeah.
Na messenger and message. It will be a friend's positionality. Should be out there. Then it will influence your message from the development planning.
All right.
PR for the almost say can't ever talk about footing. My slogan. But development plan as a share position. So for example, who opposition or the Obeka? Who your ruling government or the Obeka? When you are in the ruling government, who presented the why?
Okay.
Accountability. My essay. When you are in opposition, then you present proposals based on the need. What I saw, they say, the MPP campaign was trying to shift their positionality from being a ruling government to opposition. And that is what killed the campaign. Once again, don't insult the intelligence of the people. Over development plan and one, but
the issue is,
that is the issue. Development plan one, they are chum say, oh yeah, professor, now your PhD said then. Obinko school sebi agenda.
Sure. It's true.
But the problem with your politicians say,
sorry, you're a professional. If you come on, no more coding come. You ideas, they throw.
Yeah.
So the messenger for Dr. Bawumia was like, mayor, and on your part of the government. But the argument from the study, they say, who study EC declare results, and your NDC is the party. It's not John Mahama. The MPP missed that. Say, MPP as a party.
And you know what? I realized that when they started changing their campaign message, especially on the voting pattern, Oya wankaso kwa number 8, she John Mahama so kwa chini. That was the message.
Party. Now let's go another strategy. Yechira man for, and trust me, campaign is as a message. I mean, who the Olusu? This is it. Ghana the Olusu no eco defense. Now Akase. The other one, the campaign, Juma. Dr. Cass, you interviewed me on 24-hour economy.
Yeah.
And I mean, Cass, many Dr. Bawumia Neko school or Canada. The goal of every economy is 24-hour economy. Dr. Cass,
yeah.
It will be in the interest of the MPP either to avoid it, but the moment of Cass say, then in Ghana, no, because free SHS, what didn't help NDC, they say, now I'm more attacking free SHS, say, so once you begin to attack your opponent's message, then a mass signal say, So it's like football. So once the MPP started going on defense, it gave me an idea that they are losing from the message side.
Oh, okay.
For a renowned economics to tell us that 24 economy, come on. Oh, but to go and help the NDC, no, a MPP mistake in the The 24 economy document, they should pick experts from KNUST Legon, they should put together a working document.
I believe the planning committee of the manifesto.
Where free consultation, Ghana and yeah. And they shouldn't leave it there.
Exactly.
They should develop a for example, from the
upper hand.
From the planning perspective.
As far as development is concerned, or some developers are policy.
Exactly. From the planning perspective, if nothing shows what's a KJT, and a puppet. Conjecture no KJT planning. Every good planner understand it. So when you're good lighting now, you may be able to from 6 to 10.
And you
with security, conjecture will be dealt with. So, but you need once again your politicians, you know.
Ghana also idea sign. Yeah, now come. Oh yeah, almost say Eduani di whenever to full by around that time. Fine, medically, until you speak like that. But you'll be surprised from this time. About 7. By now, why chair being? Me person my joint.
But
man for talk.
But
you were being. Me no say man for talk.
So you need to produce security, because Professor Okukom was second year in the planning school from Nigeria, and no can't told my Yajim say. When you look at the safety in Ghana, Kumasi can be a 24-hour city. What's the second year in planning? I didn't want to say this because
maximize the lightning. My lightning come.
Compare Kumasi to Nigeria. Nigeria will issue with security. But can I walk here without nobody attacking me? Then this city can run 24 hours. Doctor, let's educate.
Lightning.
But let's educate ourselves. Me ba Ghana, one of my biggest critiques is say Ghana economy comes to a standstill after 5 p.m. But some countries are running
because you're pentama kufie.
Rush hour. But 24 hours. So the caution is that it comes naturally. Me worry. Oko can for real budget statement now. Your industrial growth is -2.2. This free consultation for the NDC. Mopa mongo have budget highlight there for real at the buy no. So to go 24-hour economy, you need to fix the industrial growth.
Yeah.
That is why the NDC need experts to put the document together. And me and the business as usual.
And again, just like what he said, the president may not be able to espouse it, explain it, but there are experts to help him.
Exactly.
Abua for her, na mekano say
it's all about Ghana.
Inye only the smartest person in Ghana. It's abua for just be a good coach, pick the right people, and let them work with you.
Me uncle be called Denmark, Professor Ampon. So I say Denmark are buying on hand who. Problem never no identify experts. Mon fix it. How much do you need to fix it? Namon Famra. Dr. Cash, corner recommendations.
Okay.
Restructuring of the MPP as soon as possible.
I will just please so say Napo. Omon come back nani tape because there's a future for him as far as he's concerned. Chia so emui on come back. Tapes no come back no unkotie so he can work on communication.
Oh, that one and I think the MPP President Kufuor advised the Oluman happy belated birthday. Or Kase the MPP has gotten to a stage that they need a group of experts to think for them.
I also come back.
He gave that recommendation.
Now on share video, baby, I know sana microphone no na chino microphone no head to no on stagecraft. You see, I say when you are singing, you are be a friend stagecraft. You see, it adds up to a whole lot of things. I think they should also sit down, consider those stagecraft. Uncle the videos when they were dancing to Kim
Dr. Cass, you are going to my level. Once I boy MPP need know. MPP had a tradition. There are so many young people or mobile people now, they don't even know the MPP tradition.
No.
MPP had a system, prof, political scientists. MPP had a system of training its future leaders. When we want them skipping around Chamati, we say, oh, tradition. MPP is a traditional party or taking time to mold people who will take over from people. The issue is that now they are pushing people who are not prepared. Because people want people they can control. But the MPP had an informal tradition. Dr. Guys, don't put them against Napoleon here, the powers that be and the skip nipa be. Some people were not prepared. Nipa be ministers. They were not prepared for the position. But the people who DH men some MPP now.
Those days.
Dr. Adokofomo. Cabinet Japan no a pressed a year secretary. That's squad no.
But look at look at one thing. It got to a time we had the NDC faithfuls coming to the campaign grounds. We had people like Totobi Kwachi coming back.
Let me go back.
We had a whole lot of them.
Let me go back. Let me catch your prof say. I said you get the mate for parliament, Dr. Adokofo. How come MPP retired the lives of Dr. Adokofo, Dr. Munina? Do you know that when those had got to a point Dr. Tony Edu was still speaking? MPP had retired all those people. Ekobade, you thought you can win as if it's a penny.
But this time right, you had Kwame Wadako joining the train.
Yes,
he was there.
And then people should go back to their basics.
When we say,
yeah,
the NDC has some.
But 2020, no, it wasn't like that.
Yeah. And I'll tell you this.
But this time around,
it looked like a solo flight for him. Amwano, Meka Mahama, and now he will bring all these forces, marshal them together, and push a unity front. One here can want them. Say, posture like Upenya Kufuadwa. Or Pedan Phyllis or you're bigger than others are. The Onobe Cano, Nelson Kofudi.
Wouldn't even pay you for I agree with the Alan Chabate. You
see,
when people say that,
we know, but yeah,
no, young body, but the same say, I didn't know, of course, no one and come back, Kama, Honorable Chamate. They even agreed with Honorable Chamate. Oh, but answer the senior Bebemano. The MPP should go back to the basics. Dr. Cash, let's not forget for the first time
for changing the Nkasa
for the
near him the fap him
for the first time in the history of MPP since 1990, MPP Lusu Legon, MPP Lusu UCC, UK US in Amenkwa. Now NDC had a professor who was their campaign manager.
Yeah,
they had a professor who was a running mate near to Kumasi Sreomo. The NDC, the mature
a professor there.
Former VC was their campaign. We're managing their campaign. Alabi was managing their campaign. Now this is what I've written here. MPP to almost strength, no. Etcheneye, Akrache for party, no. Senior, almost Etcheneye, and then this is the strength of MPP, and they were able to get some core intellectuals.
That man was very strategic. Not only baby or the campaign office because.
Professor with the VC. And today MPP na ye Akrache for party.
One far campaign office na Amakrum.
Now is our close regional office.
I know.
Do you know the close regional office? I remember
Sokoban. Oh yeah. Sokoban baby before baby office on third road. Ube wuram.
In paying for the two area. They should convey. But Dr. Kadia can say first na MP voya Akrache for party. Misia me papa bi nimnyam for professor bi. But say doc ye ferre say ye dey ho be MPP say. Because of cophobia mo dey on the party ni.
Esaya me won how they were able to organize themselves. Nicodemus.
Oh lawyers na e ba Kumase no. My lawyers group na e ba Kumase.
Yeah. Oh,
Montana ho. Na mo ka say MPP na yen Akrache for.
Na me ka kire o mo say special voting. Ewo Patase Marietta Brew.
Nanka professor. Professor Yana Soka free teachers as me. Professor Mua, that professor or your research in our area. I want to be like him. Ade our free teachers as him. Akrache for party ni twabono. NDC for power munshia the NDC for MPP for yen. Is there a cup of tea? But don't take the silence of the Ghanaian for granted. They will respond.
Dr. Kakam. Oh, there me one na me nda no oh. Why come on?
Serious one bro. Ma see oti I so come to see am man why you adwuma pa.
Na say cash. Ajobi kai say me share office kitwa mu na me ti ya ne say Professor Dujan Fini Dr. 17 na fire nyumre na me see ene be meta hwe no be maka ba ko kasa ni yesu bi bia kan kasa ko
no wa adwuma ni ye
o mo bobo points ni sa na call do cash mama cheti for me na me ka say MPP supporters we nya twetwe e na we nye say bia aba ne santina ye kan sa these are issues are na ewo ho omumu bi nim omum penifo no nim ebi omo anka me for na anya dey anti but omum penifo no nim omo di party na che wa MPP nim just that at a point they had no option than to pretend to So one binti nyehwe yenko.
Na kwa information management.
Exactly. They needed to manage it because nyehwe and OTS Mama Peniko for Kaya. He's a party person. The party has a tradition. At that moment, now when I now present Mama Peniko focus on support. So they had no option than to pretend as if all was okay. Now the Emra power krana. This our party near Fankope to me. But at the end, a total embarrassment. And you say MPP came to power through some circumstantial way. They fought, they presented an idea, they presented a very nice manifesto. Ghanaians loved it. Now Ghana for the confidence, new MPP manifesto presented 2016. Sector by sector, well drafted. In some way, policy said they be buy ye be ni say na Ghana for enya akomapa. But what I say, Ghana for a show love for the MPP manifesto and the ideas MPP presented in 2016 no to ababa.
Yeah.
Then 4 years, you go to a baby man apai. 2020 a virtually draw.
Yeah.
What's the difference no? Now what's the constituencies not the way parliamentary no a chair no. Now we say this a baby a contemporary baby ne touch my south. Then you can conclude say 2020 abane pay.
Now isal for so first time we be near San Famuaji.
After the next 4 years, party no actually shy. Echo 41%.
41.61.
Party nation shy. Party nation shy kura. Adi we know. Your friend on level 1 crisis. Ukoshisho shebrim. MPP for koshisho mu shebrim. Because if you want to list, make sure you say when you lose and you begin to count your losses. And then you may be a first now if you say Omo radio so kasa no pen no pen anado asem and Omo pen MPP and Omo buapa no kekan semino. When you begin to list your losses. No don't be say sansem we ni na say sansem we na nkofo ni kana say sansem we. We dey mamika sem tro we Ashanti region ha ya kakra bi we cash. How many times na ayi a man anchor regional minister who ama one fuja and they human don't they have blood running through their veins? Now a man urefi
mekai
ojina so no fuja omo say. And some of these little things no will accumulate and hit you hard one day. You know what I say? Sa man kakran na kwabre for say obi am for somo ne ade. It is true at the end of the day see ehun so omo kwan ne but among for will feel very insulted.
Yeah.
Among for feel say like what you have disrespected them.
So kind of baby oti
Cash.
Of course them me.
Last time I would say Omampani akọ commission bridge. Cash. What is Omampani commission bridge da?
Debbie.
Atafo haya eti Kumasi no Omampani abe commission bridge. Ade eche ye no akọ commission flyover Accra. You see, when you want to compare, sometimes the comparative analysis no crane valid, so to speak, because you have national capital.
Commission
Chairman, won't mean pretending.
There be flapot there no. Okay, after
for the nation's capital. Until I'm sometimes open so compare for the nation's capital.
Bridge and a flyover.
For the nation's capital, there sometimes we also compare when you maybe because that is the seat of government. And how our crazy are choked.
When did you become this diplomatic? A bridge and flyover. That is it.
A bridge and flyover.
I have a commission bridge was actually to the commission flyover.
The Ben on my penny commission bridge. We want the Ben on my penny commission bridge. That's what I say. Inti a near man kakran. bridge no I know also say be na bridge na swear to the level of flyover if you are flyover ipe enti cash so problem we know yeah asem we dey be am can say yeah marketing for you say sales cost pa you need to understand why sales cost because I hear doctor sales na cost no yet not that people like your product o but be a competitor no okwa yie na ma me no de ho agya ne ba no onti na nim ti na omo customers na shift ya ba ho not that to product no no so when you have conducted some survey you understand exactly why all of a sudden amount for better ideas are and you also need to do survey to understand why sales are falling. And within America says, idea we now 2 MPP for no. They have not just lost, but a total embarrassment considering the percentage where Muhammad is suffering and also funny being say almost 1 million EBT no. Okay. Oh, 1 million difference. 1 million. Today is different say
1 million plus.
Enti me understanding of politics kakra no. Prof no mo ye political studies or mo ye political science near there. Enema 3 na your friend no 3 M's no. Message messenger machinery.
Yeah.
Message na people for the buy no. Na fly you. Na ase oko kan na akwa say obi a branding the product a oton. Na wo no na wo be ka say product na say product. Abra FDA for certify. Now the other radios are now see product. Nti every bear 3 months say bana. Some of us know. Me too on advert ni be an emissary. Me too on advert ni am say na emissary.
Me call na me service personnel discuss the thought process behind the advert. Some of the adverts.
Advert ni be on.
The youth are smart too. They were examining the thought process. And one asked me, can we trust the future of Ghana if Omon Besom lead here yes adverts we?
Enti cash me busao. How was Baumia going to create jobs for the people, for the youth? So what's your campaign, man? No, so be ended.
I was going to create with this smartness.
No, also be creating 1 million. Or be training 1 million ICT. Then I'm saying I don't know more computer science. So we get you problem. Boys, now I'm off for computer science. But chroming adwuma. Yes, I go for you for be as I be training omo. No ma ko adwuma he. Na digitalization enye bad o. Right? Enus digitalization enye bad o. But na me hear analysis be say obi ote magazine first no we engine 6 containers. You see untimi ni 2. Now so what I digitalize nti. Nti onye din nti money complain say na sikeshi. The MPP candidates problem and they say stay away from the economy. Or stay away from the US
economy. Vote difference 1,671,093.
A total embarrassment.
1,671,000.
Couple with
today young 71,000 in French and Yanka say 1.6.
Couple with at a turnout.
Seats in so far the Agada 180.
Oh.
Okay. From our database in there.
It's cash. The problem maybe who you say Vice President Oyin who free economy no to throughout his campaign. Now on how he's going to manage the dollar and the economic terms no need the keka no way in no way in free
and just pause for no
into the bold solutions no bold solutions na no dey ba no me na me e bi hon man na me hu say and truly go down well what the tun chen a aban na kasa take so many decisions and am for bonyo so kra so many decisions. I can say list here. A B the T from 2017 2018 coming and I accumulating ababepim this time. And you have a last minute if you want me who say another dear draw. Hey, have a project no more commission sir. Na me say suma no na me say sir dey we be cause 2016.
I think anywhere from now President elect Ebekasa a certain speech to your funny speech.
So acceptance they say
but for record sake
but adwuma
so no we are na fede papa
na me dey mami ni oba accept na mami ni kan me dey Ghana for the year can mummy nyina yenti ne mfa ehunwuram we are going to hold him accountable Yerajon Mahama firmly by his tail. We are going to hold him firmly by his tail. Now, when said that the first test case, any the number of ministers obey appointed to Kuruma. The
caliber of the ministers.
What the caliber no crowd the number no. What the doctor may say or say ministers no 60 or say amru 60. The first test I don't know.
On channel 5B.
Debbie.
If I got in here 20.
I am telling you, say, NDC for muntie na muntini. Action no best starting. Say number no ko Bruce sister. Cash. Hwe ye ntena se. Emma obia meka sem bia nkyere ma enkoma e problem na ye de wada bia. It in some normal kind, normal share, and him catch na me say Yera Mahama the first test ministers. To me, a minister so by appointed. So number no a 61 class.
Now referee betting tax no boys say train.
How they so much but them
ministers ne bar.
Ministers ne bar
because they say he has the 2/3 in parliament.
So the ministers no bar.
According to records you 2/3 in parliament.
Right.
Otumie bibia
ministers ne ba eno na di kai o 60
ba boys na bet ni here
o be ebeba right tax ba ko a uyi free why nya den cry betting tax doctor tax ba ko aka so be year free hono ma
na
me if say I have opportunity to meet some of them so tax no you only have to reverse it. Do you know the reversal process? Udini yetewa ye year free ho betting companies obitwa no ani a 5% ma ban. Haven't you reversed the tax? Why it didn't?
But it goes back to the betting company rather.
So the betting company pays.
Okay.
What you are saying?
What's the betting company pays? Yes. The betting company is a bit of some complaints.
Do you know rent tax? Doctor, do you know rent tax? Do you know rent tax? Rent tax. Wouldn't say rent tax 8%. No ko high there. If you run only your rent tax, my mind.
Yeah.
So you say rent tax.
Yeah.
If you ready, you complaining.
Debbie.
Now betting company, obi twa no ani a na scatter about ho free no to abi ma ban house say. Nye release boys no. Untwa tax nim.
No munni.
Na make I say we say idea we free bonto. Ideas near 1,000 na ma drop back one more from nyai. Na ministers no there. Me see ministers 60. NDC for mutie se munim nam cross 60 na.
Ebe yiri okrum ha.
That you say wunim I don't know what that here.
Ai ene dia wo moa.
Share.
Etra 60 na.
From for time, where me social.
Oh na me ba me 80.
Sociology lecturer Rekubrebe. Also the sharpest U-turn in the Ghanaian politics. The sharpest U-turn. And on my peniku for number now the my now buy now 10. So the sharpest U-turn in Ghana.
Number there.
So say one no mama number.
Okay, I know my 80. It's where do the assist.
But now you bisa say do you think say some reset party no?
MPP. Now na beka. There be where they started having cracks. A choir man fast to 2 polar for Japan. That is the problem.
Oh, okay.
Sure, and I'm going to say problem now starting now. There is a remote. There is a remote cross. Then they brought on board Freddie Blay, who happened to be a CPP person.
CPP.
And almost trusting, no problem. I mean, see a penipa.
Yeah.
But can somebody just walk from different party the next moment or you're in charge of the party?
So you were introducing some element to be into the system. so internal codita
what I say ekwa omo fast so di omo ekwa omo di omo fast no if say that is their own party internal activities so omo fi say Paul Afoko afom ena Kwabena Japan afom ena genuinely omo yi omo there that is not my problem.
O say Kwabena Japan dey say there he is back.
No na make say you see the cracks will start from somewhere.
Oh Kwabena no kosa o say he is back. No who ni fa mo.
Baby on am ka say doctor and I'm saying baby ana adru no if you want to be a party man baby ana adru no and my panic for has said it.
Now Kwabena mo ni
say your party is in power. Now no nam ho kwa na uni appointment impo. Ko so ko adan for obetimi ama coupon fu am ade afelo ka than to be in opposition.
Yeah.
And the blue stage here you have no option than to come together as party members. And until latter stages now no money na platform no so that was a good show.
Okay.
So once we MPP ni ye dey 12 fuma when you are ready say obi jai no there. No matter how we have to be part. Into omo ka say Japan.
The truth is na be most information. Last week.
When I make
some
say
MPP gurus who had interaction with scientists are now omunim that the basi. So now also mo build the trust now. Oba stage no wa kai say we nja party ni mu.
And we say still I want to mean your party.
People were aware of what was going to happen.
Can Japan say na me sympathize with him pa because the whole fireman can Japan. Can Japan say omo lose election in 2022 omo can Japan can say bebre no. Ekodu he had no option. Somebody also be man and to show down. Obey say. Ekodu maybe no doctor. Can Japan had no option than to be a party man. Because all your party now the party no they are at that very moment. And I'm starting make us say they needed to. Some of them needed to pretend. Say BBI cool. Na nyehwe yema party nye dey. Enko power than to show the cracks. It is CC and I now party in sema you entry kikano.
My own statement though. And that gentleman wasn't treated well. Then crime no committed.
Enti bebre beba. Now for omatimi omafa kwan bi so aye dey.
But see, I think the time has come for impayinfobi to say Dr. Ananimo offer Impianimo, Dr. Adokufomo, they should just take over the party. And you see, restore. No. If there is a need for a second coup d'etat, then you see the whole.
Hackman later stage. You see Hackman.
Dr. Cash, the party's tradition has been lost. And I'm saying MPP and she no more cause well Lusu universities are it's killing the party. And to the party need to restore its strategy.
Party. Cool no mo ye no. Fairly party no.
Yes.
So omo free.
Enti uni
no
Cash in the process.
Yes, some messy party now.
Also mu identify the problems can be a lot. But also baako problem baako ana carry the aka ni nyina say candidate nom de ko ye no na the wait et say
no munim senior
no maybe person just say so mo ko list the possible reasons are the reasons can be a lot.
Yeah.
But I'm saying that a bibe stand out some of the
but who's a candidate that traces back to interest into what defining path no let me say the MPP move from traditional and national development to people's interest.
Yeah,
okay. Trust me, there was enough research that said the candidate, there were candidates that they could have performed better at the national level.
So,
do
you see that the candidate still has a chance?
It was a deeper future there, but
you can't
but the truth is that,
but let's see.
Dr. Cash,
you can't easily predict.
Dr. Cash, the Crepan, they said those who presented the candidate, I assure MVP of the Northern Region votes. And some of us told them that they made a major mistake. So I said the many prof the mistake the MPP made, and they said they categorized Northern Region as one. They forgot that it had different tribes. It you to Kumasu name the dynamics in Northern Region.
Lastly,
it you study Northern Region, the candidate who was supposed to bring Northern Region votes have been beaten up there. Hot research informed Sankrofon now. A conversation
oh, maybe Sasa, do you foresee?
Nasema Hama, if you ended by sound sorry, no, sorry.
Nanado Swing, no, hey, the running mate, no, now he was bringing something to the campaign. Baumia's selection as the running mate, no, we knew what Baumia was bringing. Sure. No, yet no economic analysis.
And he attracted the middle class and the intellectual elite.
So the series now no you could appreciate graph now no then no church near the adeno. So the Napo as the running mate, then Napo the become
no, and our candidates
so this is the current
let's look at the northern. The assurance
northeast.
The assurance was that the candidate was going to bring the northern vote. And the Zongo vote.
Okay.
Oh yeah, dynamic.
But the Zongo project did not help.
No, we even predicted that it's not possible.
NDC have even gone beyond the Zongos. When in areas are yet to become areas NDC are winning.
Oh.
Domiko Abenya classify demographics.
But Dr. Cash, you ain't mean Kawaha. Prof Tiasie or Tiasie, there is what we call invisible variable. Obi oye pool be a steady in year, no. Now there was an invisible variable equity MBP. You ain't mean Kawabonte.
Okay. Invisible
variable.
Obi
oye and research year bia.
And also a dad, yeah.
You ain't mean Kawabonte. Say before person mutia later we can talk about it. Okay. But there was an invisible variable.
Okay.
So Obi oye and the way this Obi oye and research in year bia.
Cash
invisible.
Me say
that's never nananom some. Never nananom some. That's your Dwabrem come for Hona.
NDC did not only win the Zongo communities, but
look at northeast.
It's you there.
Northeast there. So within MPP.
Don't we hold Omo buy Ebeka because MPP were reset team. Yeah, can you na amount for MPP or reset team? You can't tell me an intellectual party like MPP pick the flag bearer without any concrete research.
All right.
The cash the air can say. The air can say 4 years time. The best the MPP for Abidjan judges name. No, sorry, NDC for
judges no.
NDC for Abidjan judges name. Memo be a man around me. I'm a happy person. I don't I'm a happy person. They say. I don't I'm a happy person. They say. So uti mi kasa ipa. Me at this level, I know the tricks of the politician. It me politician for me ni omo nyada for sir. And unti na make a sure say. See ye ni say ya 4 years time. You share na omo am a bon number. Near 20 omo. Now sabe give me a 20. Simple. That is how the thing should go.
Simple. Come on, I say na ebinom ntiase.
Cash. Ghana ni BNT. Prof, sorry, Ghana ni BNT. Decision variable I will use ya. The decision indicator. Medium jina so am the two aba. Wo the jina so are the two aba no. I'm very sure that is how you are going to measure,
of course,
the performance throughout the 4 years. And by 7th December 2028, you know, near Kotwaba, now within you your own assessment. Uji this NDC for me bon number. Namu mi esa anko tunti omo.
And it will be massive. Maybe I Ghana for do no.
Cash what you say. I think that is how the things should go.
But Dr. Kabe,
now politicians in fact is serious. You cannot only give us painkillers. You give us free SHS. I call it a painkiller. Now really should know. You be anu am a painkiller. You be anu am a painkiller. You cannot give us painkillers and pretend all is well.
Yeah.
And not Ghana for me fancy it himself. But no problem, the problem no. It cash.
Keep any fire by no.
Ghana for mummy fancy it. Say I'm on your phone, so I know Musumanti. If you be kwami biaba a cycle car. And it's mamma rahuni no mamma paba. 4 years time, you don't be baby jina. Decision table we assess them based on their performance.
It's advice and they say who said that man for discuss and a Ghana for boom for ye and a coup. You see the importance of democracy. Silently Ghanaians are come and what
HM could roof me share soldier for about I'm so
wow. Maybe who soldier for then I'm saying no this one. But the air can say you for now can when a Ghana for boom for ye the Ghanaian is a very patient person. And it also means that democracy has come to stay. Me say, 4 years. Dr. Gas, democracy, but finally, baby, say MPP for Kubu. MPP has never played the tribal card.
Yeah.
By this time, no,
and the main trim. Young but you for now bano. So also MPP MPP abokosem. Among the high MPP. the Dankwa Dombo tradition, Prof. It's never a tribal block, a ideological block. And I'm saying, Nipe Bipe say, oh, we need election in Tino. Oh, Dankwa for Efriha, we Efriha. And so cracks. And they have to look at that critically. And one person mutieno. Ye kase Dankwa Dombo tradition na. Even ki ye kapanka Dr. Bawumia ye more Dankwa than Dombo. Because he was trained by the likes of Nanadomo. And ideological. It has nothing to do with tribal. Dankwa for VD. You do Dombo for so. And I'm push you are turning a beautiful democratic party into a tribal party. In painful and chance. They should deal with it. But will be a West MPP philosophy behind him say a philosophical and ideological block. Me free be and come in nani buzia. But and Kenya 8 years yes and can make us a more down than buzia.
Because of your training.
Because of my training ideological, because some of us go PhD because of Professor Dubuahemo. Okay. And more ideological than tribal. But young boys, and you got property owning democracy. You got property owning democracy. Per the philosophical understanding of MPP. So they assess and was MPP co-position. Because the property owning democracy senior say, Oko toa bana, o temperate no, e was so in your water there. And yen ni packet to be a chef last house in the bedidi. But my bana matuno, e was a minya holding. And faso. And them among 14 said the yes, our philosophy, And it's one of the best philosophical bases for democracy. Say,
that is the very reason why
because
that is what you represent. So
the party has been infiltrated by some mafias. They should clean them up and restore the party.
My friend a born this is near call a playground at this man. A lotto forecasters no. Oba and son will be the bebochina. No amount the boy in Rano. Or amount plan. No one chess na ebebo no who. Indiana say a boy no.
Okay.
What I said number na boy we. And all betcha says our number we plan. 68 no I bet say last week we ekoto ha na beto na bentin ebo 68 their friend a boy na who. As if said the other be ma honest no ebebo. No they about to say sa number na am dey ma no sa am function move. Do you friend a boy?
All right, okay. Nti yenim say aka seat back be 9 bia omoye ho adwuma, but I also plead with a NPP General Secretary. You sit ni bi ho a ombomani an NDC for no. Enye so mkopache o, but asumdue ni adwuma. Oh yeah.
No,
they are politicians. They can deal with themselves.
No compromise or their home. Let me tell you.
Anya compromisation.
No okay me ba.
Say Omokai na we mu da ho a je won manso yeah.
Okay, on betimi ajamo because under the circumstances we MP obebro parliament.
Yeah.
Omo ma boka pa che TV from primaries. Etueska 15,000. Abo boka hoping say their party will retain power. Na wa kra wan qualify ministerial position kra be frɛ sɛ fa unia bibra maji CEO chief executive na mo fa ni di kakra no. Obebre.
That kind dey was say any say serious.
Na so sanity.
President-elect.
So like I was saying, so nanka hot diary beer almost sit in the
that rest shouldn't come on the sea.
So
Mameka we who said that remember any kwa said that reba. You raba umia. Adana me no na netia me bomb in say man. Or say pedia all internal coalition. Omo who say Yera Mahama and congratulate no. Say wa concede. So are you telling me say till now obi any the results?
Then why the wrangling coalition center? Why?
Ebi mo sheda no mo yes sir. Oba so mo be so better.
Pink sheet no be ekura bi.
But onim say we maybe
the sheet na ya pink
onim say we maybe aye was central. No go so mo twen ho man so. And na make say record ho. Am go so mo twen ho man so. Ene ayi as former speaker of parliament ne baba yi I Domi Kwabenya. E ho so amotwe woman so. Now, Osha NDC for pink sheet ne krom no. Normally compare EC for computer no figures no tally correct.
I said to me tally.
It's okay fine. MPP bring your pink sheet. No pink sheet.
No pink sheet.
There be MPP ni pink sheet easy no. The ekuta no declare.
Exactly.
Oh, enti.
E ho na ma announcement ne course so e ma party faithfuls no ko gu Electoral Commission. Electoral Commission for.
Me say candidate no Baumia Yera Baumia. His Excellency Baumia. Na nu masem. E settle bibia. On say per their own internal coalition or my no. As at that time no. They are I mean almost really behind NDC. And that's what considered defeat
because the parties did this so measure say transparency member. Oh yes aka data ya transfer to ya
it will be nim dada
MPP ni NDC obi enim dia akoso
me no te ha no na seat neighbor no na be na e be 3 hours after the election were we not receiving who has won and who has lost into omo twe manso no e sebe manso hunu no omo twe confusion omo critic keke right na e tano na baby a ye ne mauli bikasa aye no no so
Tano South
e
hona general ba no
mauli no ya hona se chance se edu bi wi ne ye
chance se edu
mauli no say obi e kura ne pink sheet yisi maame no on declare what he home person be declare
that is the issue
so they will force her to declare it there no Oman commerce yap. And go bra ho na maame ni declare results.
Say maame ni yam hye no after who say ka bia ba besi ho a ya tom print ballot papers no.
And maame ni yam hye no. And on say omo mass up. You see some of us did not agree say obi fa violent and coalition center no nko force obi. Isi ni oni afa adwuma. And na woni momra o de ye adwuma.
Who sheet so woni mo sheet.
Woni sheet bibia ye ready then declare. Bibia ready declare
I'm surprised.
But this year they me one sheet duplication na no dey pa. Ebi from pink to white, ebi so light pink.
We cannot trust them with integrity.
That's
and
the
these
issue.
are the things we are going to talk about.
So what person did well to have come out to consider.
No, let's commend Dr.
I say commend him.
No, let's commend him on my
did very well.
On him how many people he has saved. In terms of AB and KB by this time. But doctor, we will do that later. Okay. We are saying 10 years.
Yeah.
But going for the expectations, according to research. Congratulations to President-elect. But Ghanaians, as soon as possible, are tired with this current system. It's a constitutional review and negotiable. With the numbers he has gotten and the research we are seeing, so 4 years to make his name.
To redeem himself.
It's
meaning charge the bomb back on. Charge na the bomb 2016 nyina me sure say e kan no pa ba na wa twero gubukum diary kuta no. Enti ube monasteries back Ghana for Pam 2016, Omuka Semiti say, this is time for me to redeem myself. On issue of corruption, was it true? Me and me jam home, Emma, me appointees, no me corrupt, be affecting me. And what are the things I also me put in place for me to be able to redeem myself? In terms of employment, then I may do have to wait for people to come out with unemployed graduate association. Then may. And this is a fine opportunity for President-elect John Dramani Mahama
to
redeem himself. Omaye hu sensema e kafa ne hu nyina na nya nokre. Na nokre mpo this time wabasa obede obe make amends. That's all.
And a good constitutional review ever restore the faith of Omo lose faith in our democracy. For example, the appointment of our Supreme Court judges. I don't see why it should be an executive thing. They should leave the judiciary and they should separate.
Me no ka say kra me no kra o ya na.
No, munjai. No, mun system no. The way EC chairs are selected. Kotokode has and Koboboni and Kase has and selected referee. They should look at a system that will make sure that the appointment is devoid of executive
office
holders. So at least the status quo of the constitution needs to be challenged.
The separation of the Ministry of Justice from AG
and the Attorney General.
Okay.
And
the AG office already have systems
Okay.
More senior lawyers are. If there is a system for them to be promoted to AG, not Minister of Justice, no, only the policy appointed by the executive. And
Article 71 office holders for no. Adia Ghana for a web before Article 71 office.
Yeah, for mon cost net and agos.
Baby, baby, doctor, Sunday my hope is all reversing your ne reversing your deal. And I make us say, maybe 1,001 ideas. So I couldn't drop you and one to see who share who actually were. Article 71 for any handle you simple.
Okay.
Doctor, make a
reverse. No,
also reverse now.
I know. No simple no year for you. Without the people losing the benefits.
Without the people
losing the benefits.
Wow. Okay.
Follow me now.
All right, Madam Wasi, Bebre, Nyamisha mo papa. OTEC, Dr. Stephen Techi Enka, or a senior lecturer. Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology Planning Department, and OTEC Professor Samuel Edujemfinka, or a Vice Dean, Faculty of Social Sciences, KN UST, and OTEC Wonum Enkano, Dr. Kankam Enso Ebeka Yahon Ewaha, Yabeka se Yadawasi Bebre, Election Warehouse, Yashas right from day one. Only in fact ni be WhatsApp voice note na ode eba na ebio you know echinyedie ni ade OTEC ya obibia ya prepare bibia to ho introduction election was 2024 presidential results no ya project ne kama me sure say okwa platform no so a onsa ebeka on Facebook and YouTube ho nyina okwa Twitter onsa ebeka projections no okwa TikToker onsa ebeka projections yaye ewo ho apart from that and so your dashboard no so edaso obenya bibia ewo so but oba internal so your dashboard from constituencies ekosi presidential ni nyina so ye obibia ewo ha na bibia so aye kama minim sa sabre wo fie o monitor program no any ade ye be phone lines no atum ama na watumi enso ne yadi nkomo but ye guso a ye dawase papa say election warehouse one yatna ya bo adwuma correct star bia bi onso ne yatna one yasum enti ya edi eye dwumadi enum tiame no eye ote captain koda enka ote nana ya krobia sante enso enka ote eye kanu enka anwumre on election warehouse akwantuo no enumre ye de bibia besi ha menso medi dwumadi emu tiame di Dr. Cash yada say in fact only asum kama nyame hira onka ho so amamwo fufuro nso nie bibibia odon sa beka bia mesrema se enye nhira na enye kama fraying was 0505224944 0505224944 and 0505225578 na yentumi eni nkomo pepa hello
Captain
Cash nie
Efela large Obipa
obi pe mete won ka che
said ya onya so nyaji papa oba afrafia ababo obi nyaji yatu abapa Captain nyaji o kewuti boshe enye NPP with the freedom of boshe no just too much. Almost boshe too much. The cat say aban bia say oba. Ya boshe no. Ubeche boss shebo. And I mean case. 5 10 line of 10 aka. In the freedom no. What is too much to the cat say aban bia say oba. Ya boshe no. What's the boy? Match boss in case. In case send my ya 10 aka. But come the Gam soba, gam wap, why you
Walaikum salam. You what? Okay. Hello. Me pacho hana mnachie.
Me mwajo captain.
Aya Cash ni captain oniha enyumre.
Captain Cash. Sorry. Me mwajo.
Ya Joseph.
My Guma Guma my Asenya me and science yen. But yen to me and Babinia radio when the echo to be a now the best and buying our banner. Mama dia na ni ko ma ta yo mo ta ni wo di ato o di da ka we ni we di ato no emwaye nti e be sere se di o mo di o mo ta ka ye bia no oba o meto aso na o wi mpe mai amata fu fro ba no be se bi bia ti a ya no so ekiri abo ma de ta se ye ni ye ta na mo di ye guma no e ta 10% de o mo beto mo be ye de o se ye mo beto ye nti e be sere ni ta ba di no o be ba I'm a son, your chief. I'm a friend, they're not on one city run. And over class on every one city. And maybe English. No woman said, the second from my phone. Almost a mile. Or my point that I was one about why are they one and a pump or my idea for on a moon taka. You're born about to throw coupons. I are there. And Oma can be out the woman again, MEP. Now for fancy period and family. Yes,
yeah, that's the so Jebre and assume ye. Hello.
Hello.
Me Pachohana Nina.
I only appear to be a shade.
Appear it you.
Your bomber battle.
A Jumada was it.
Bomber was a little bit of a Cafe in alcohol near Jima. To my young I said, naturally. It's just a thing for the problem is what the party in the emotional so because it's a 7 years you see and emotional for the work and the come and it do so because another down so it do better on paper of me answer because in them way in not a good table oh they do be romantic to any money and I'm or how we about the information not or how that's it.
Yes, yeah, that's it. Yes, yeah, that's it, Papa. Hello.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening, Pachohana Minashia.
Pacho, don't you have this one?
Okay, yet you. All right, okay.
I'm a you can come on, na eyi abato no ife ama obi ani ada opa se uwe ruling party na o man for the cast no way tia boy yes na nke ba ye o metu afiri so ife o hwe so am about you taking the more wala meti aka be 4 months e be to aba na mahu se o mo ye adwuma gidigidi so project no mo ye se o mo ye no ye na atem hwe ko ma central market I put on the corner that 8 years was now complete. That's why you become a woman idea, the idea and some idea. That's here. And happens to economy, we are doing financial minister. When you need to know, Ghana force it, no half for no money for you, always I cross the day. And start the channel. Okay, but I don't maybe. Actually, I could tell you, no one to you. Sure, I hear you, I teach you one more.
Yes, yeah, that's it. Why? Hello.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening, Pachohana Minashia.
I'm back here for any change because I feel cool.
Yeah, for saying
KK.
All right, okay, KK, yet you. Why?
Okay, let's Cash. One thing, I am a ja, and it's I would say at least. MVP penning for no. Woman is very careful. Backbiting. Say Obi HOB 19 years. Because what I'm saying is the Osha MVP party anymore. Apart from 1024 no, HOB 19 years. Ashanti region in particular, another one stronghold no. No Ukrainian members now more. If we campaign for no, in some we are making it's message. And for no one more the to a chat and lay one more call a few no more transfer. Banya many no one more share no money to honor and wait in Yabua. And a beer mono. One thing I'm better making is a greater Kumasi. In fact, you have disappointed Baumia Papa Greater Kumasi. more disappointing man. I'm an area. That's my name. I know be ma.
Mate, but I can't be next 4 years. Why? Hello. Yeah, me pacho hana nene kasai.
Gabriel.
Gabriel. Right, okay, mami ji.
Ya mu about so le juma dia na nsa na mo jira ma ya gu die ko nyina.
Juma do ase.
Ya me ko so jira mo na ba se bo ta ko mo tan so. Ai isaye so ana bantu ma so no antu no ni nyae. Ana asante re nyanza ntu do so na nyane ga. Ada ma ya no ya no amang.
Ye gu so bantama ne nhia so de onwa na to aso omunya nti omu to aso. Right.
Aha, okay.
Nyamia ya oma dum nti omu to aso.
Obodi every for no fanya lesson fa na asante be jan anti na nyambe ayi omodo mu sa aka no so bodi we ya isina no mo ka wo bo mu ye se de bota ko na nya bota kokoso no sa asante be jan anti nyina no o mo we nya futu kese pa no mu na tin ko mo bom na nyambe ya na 2024 no mo tini akwa ko mo ni ya me so mo
Mate 2028 asem na okay yo mate me da say hello Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Me pacho hana mi na shia yi.
Nkroma.
Nkroma ka se free.
Obuase.
Obuase.
Ma se ya mo de enumere ya anti asem de ene se mate se meni nwumi de ba mate se NDC for ne so mo na enwi ni ana so mo na enya power no. Enti no makọ Boase government hospital ekoye no amebia oti enya bojo kra e se condition ani me mebia wo mo sa fi mo se na eni ntia se di enti se regional police we ni ti ne so be ma o ma be hwe di wo mu ne se o kinye sia no ere bo ne ma de ma tie
na so far o nyanko ba bia asem ni si wo no wa
me pa cho me ho na se nipa bi o ye juma o no frɛ brother ba ko no ka kire.
All right, okay, what can you say? Why?
Me da.
Me da se papa. Hello.
Yeah, hello Damasi.
Very good. Me pacha
DP na ka say.
BP.
Ai.
Yo, BP yetio.
Damasi pa ni ki ma pa mo ti mai. Na abrofo na ni DS ka ni yesi yempe wo ni. Yempe Goni ya so abedi eso e pese Ghana kwa e eso na Ghana fo ni eso a bewuma papa bali ni frani ni na frani ni na obe first lady wo Ghana
Mr. why yanko no sa sansam no de o ya da ba na ya to awie fa cha me se me yiwa free so bebi a o free ba no de Mr. o mintumi ma wonto aso hello
boss
me ba Johanna ni na hia yi
Asalin agre kromasi
Asari agre kromase yetio why
ye de mi aseli dia to di so da fu meto fu bibia ko down nyame e dana se yes and this for no so yes Ghana nyane di mu nyome bia o se wa akwan bia o so mo bia no mo nyema Ghana ho somla
Eso me da se papa. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Aha. Medom.
Odam, wana mni na shie. Wana mni na shie yi.
Boy, sama sidi ni awasamem.
Wasamem na wo.
Ai, wasa kropo amemfiki se wana mkasa 3.
Ani odam yentie why?
Aha, minia. Maybe many aji 2 million gallons. What are they? Na mose yewura yazaza mahama abana wo kiri
1.6 plus. Oh, oko wasa. Hello. Yeah. And council.
We are the king of taxi drivers. AKA.
The king of taxi drivers.
Obanyi kakra America say yebesre abano ya Electoral Commission about Dwabrem. And to be decided, I hear the NDC 4 years pan, the body party will move the more. Ya tuaba, Abu Baba, and they will be near
mine so. And your man move up business one and move so Sanyo Mano. Sanyo Man mo says, and see a different give back to whatever Ghana. And yeah, and she Ghana for your twat, Abana, what to a woman, what the air catch over the ship. Ghana for say, Belfa, a modified Munta. You see, I saw Munsa near only to my yet up what Ghana for. And I was say, day, or Mujino. Then yes, Akuku, and the Katakata, no man now, or Mugiano. Near yet, can I say Ghana for your threat? And you are the pan, and people are buying another than Kufuado. I want to be and I buy way by the Ayomua. I want to say about you to Abama, and you can be to me and ma, and Chuma to that extent. Ah, Papa, you can insist on the buyer. Ordinarily, more pro wouldn't be a junk, be a wouldn't be a phone now, but we are Jenny Wall as to Ghana for the MP and the assassin, and Yacomo Fufu. Yet, free and free, I know. Yes, free and free, and Yaposo. La Ghana for Yan Yakaya, run your beer, Babiano. That's why you can all run away the Yakra. The next one, oh, run away the Yakra. Before MD so as president, and you ma was yeah. Ghana for say, and you man and so many. What Pamo for him to be a by boy. A deep tweeted it. Lanko, we and so we can. A been here by the Rio. And ye be no ye a blue, none of that Danko for what Gino for fear. What is it gonna see? Can you take what you show? And now, but what man and my near to so another bush and if you know, never so far. So I'm a Pobino. What's the war, Pamano? Yenina,
Medase. Medase, Papa.
The Ghana Bay. Now, go sell another Dr. Mahmoud, and MP Menina. Yes, the 24 hours now, yeah, cano. You see, Ghana, you run or Tony Ghana, you water for no. You see, 24 hours, or Beton is like Nana, Nipinadano, near Coast Agana. We live to see in this.
Mate, Medase. Hello. 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 Hello.
Hello.
Me pa Johanna mnina shiri.
About the program. After what branching and touch one. Nah, can you say my didn't want. You kind of transfer. So, Wama Ghana for and they are team was soon. Now, Wama Yabaya, at least you're clone. Now, so you're Ghana, you're 2 Picasso. Now, so a comedy and fear was cake. And 1 year, you're no. And sure, I say, you keep breaking no is to bonnet. I know baby, I can. Now I won't tell you that the radiator so you and Guasumu. No moment, I'm not a good cat. I'm a Ghana for. I don't see the original show at 2 about Mama and Benny on drama and it's Mama. I am to move. Our car so about it. Yes, 2 points and people you are money.
Mate, yeah, that's it. Said you did kaya no, yeah, the basic ha. Na nyame adom ochina ye ba beto aso ye da se biem se ojebrado for your busy schedule nyame shira papa Producer CJ Louis Rastaman, Evans JC Kapa, Efia Beduka Chre Papa B. Onumina executive producer. So Gibraltar for your busy schedule. Yep. Election warehouse. We don't finish. Can be add much now. The best I be some